On they, having previously ascertained that the Pandavas were all seated at their ease, and that Krishna was reposing herself after her meal, the sage Durvasa, surrounded by 10,000 disciples, repaired to that forest. The illustrious and upright King Yudhishthira, seeing that guest arrived, advanced with his brothers to receive him, and joining the palms of his hands, and pointing to a proper and excellent seat, he accorded the rich a fit and respectful welcome, and the king said unto him, Return quick, after performing thy diurnal ablutions and observances. And that sinless Muni, not knowing how the king would be able to provide a feast for him and his disciples, proceeded with the letra to perform his ablutions, and that host of the Muni, of subdued persons, went into the stream for performing their ablutions. Meanwhile, the excellent Prince Draupadi, devoted to her husband, was in great anxiety about the food, and when, after much anxious thought, she came to the conclusion that means there were none for providing a feast, she inwardly prayed to Krishna, the slayer of Kansa, and the prince said, Krishna of mighty arms, whose power is inexhaustible, who dispellest the difficulties of those that bow down to thee. Thou art the soul, the creator and the destroyer of the universe. Thou art inexhaustible and the savior of the afflicted. Thou art the preserver of the universe and of all created beings. Thou art the highest of the high, and the spring of the mental perceptions, Akuli and Hiti. Be thou the refuge of the helpless, incapable of being conceived by the soul or the mental faculties, or otherwise. Thou art the ruler of all and the Lord of Brahma. I seek thy protection. Thou art ever kindly disposed towards those that take refuge in thee. Do thou cherish me with thy kindness, and with eyes red as the corolla of the lily, and attired in yellow robes, with besides the bright Kaustubha gem in thy bosom. Thou art the beginning and the end of creation, and the great refuge of all. Thou art the supreme light and essence of the universe. Thy face is directed towards every point. They call thee supreme Jaham, and the depositor of all treasuries. Under thy protections, all evils lose their terror, as thou didst protect me before from Dusasana. Do thou extricate me now from this difficulty. The great and sovereign God, and Lord of the earth, of mysterious movements, the Lord Kesava, who is ever kind to the dependents, thou adored by Krishna, and perceiving her difficulty, instantly repaired to that place, leaving the bed of Hokimini, who was sleeping by his side. Beholding Vasudeva, Draupadi bowed down to him in great joy, and informed him of the arrival of the Munis and every other thing. And having heard everything, Krishna said unto her, I am very much afflicted with hunger. Do thou give me some food without delay, and then thou mayest go about thy work. At these words of Kesava, Krishna became confused, and replied unto him, saying, The sun-given vessel remains full till I finish my meal. As I have already taken my meal today, there is no food in it now. Then that lotus-eyed and adorable being said unto Krishna, This is no time for jest. I am much distressed with hunger. Go thou quickly to fetch the vessel and show it to me. When Kesava, that ornament of the Iyadu haze, had the vessel brought unto him with such persistence, he looked into it and saw a particle of rice and vegetable sticking at its hem. And swallowing it, he said unto her, May it please the God Hari, the soul of the universe, and may that God who partaketh at sacrifices be satiated with these. Then the long-armed Krishna, that soother of miseries, said unto Bhishmasena, Do thou speedily invite the Munis to dinner. Then the celebrated Bhishmasena quickly went to invite out those Munis, Durvasa and others, who had gone to the nearest stream of transparent and cool water to perform their ablutions. Meanwhile, these ascetics, having plunged into the river, were rubbing their bodies and observing that they all felt their stomachs to be full, and coming out of the stream, they began to stare at one another, and turning towards Durvasa, all those ascetics observed, having bade the king make our meals ready. We have come hither for a bath. How can we eat anything now? For our stomachs seem to be full to the throat. The repast hath been uselessly prepared for us. What is the best thing to be done now? Durvasa replied, By spoiling the repast, we have done a great wrong to that royal sage, King Yudhishthira. Would not the Pandavas destroy us by looking down upon us with angry eyes? I know the royal sage Yudhishthira to be possessed of great ascetic power. Ye Brahmanas, I am afraid of men that are devoted to Hari. The high-souled Pandavas are our religion's men, learned, warlike, diligent in ascetic austerities and religious observances, devoted to Vasudeva, and always observant of rules of good conduct. If provoked, they can consume us with their wrath as fire doth a bale of cotton. Therefore, ye disciples, do ye all run away quickly without seeing them? All those Brahmanas, thus advised by their ascetic preceptor, became greatly afraid of the Pandavas and fled away in all directions. Then Bhishmasena, not beholding those excellent Munis in the celestial river, made a search after them here and there at all the landing places, and learning from the ascetics of those places that they had run away, he came back and informed Yudhishthira of what had happened. Then all the Pandavas of subdued senses, expecting them to come, remained awaiting their arrival for some time, and Yudhishthira said, Coming dead of night, the rishis will deceive us. How can we escape from this difficulty created by the facts? Seeing them absorbed in such reflections, and breathing long deep sighs at frequent intervals, the illustrious Krishna suddenly appeared to them and addressed them these words. knowing, ye sons of Pritha, your danger from that wrathful reach was implored by Draupadi to come, and have come here speedily. Now ye have not the least fear from Drish Durvasa, afraid of your ascetic powers. He hath made himself scarce ere this. Virtuous men never suffer. Ah, now ask your permission to let me return home. May you always be prosperous. Hearing Kesawa was, the sons of Pritha with Draupadi became ease in mind, and cured of their fever. They said unto him, as persons drowning in the wide ocean safely reach the shore by means of a boat, have we, by thy aid, escaped from this inextricably difficult. Do thou now depart in peace, and may prosperity be thine. Thus dismissed, he hurried to his capital, and the Pandavas, wandering from forest to forest, passed their days merrily with Draupadi. Thus have I related to thee the history which thou askest me to repeat, and it was thus that the machinations of the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra about the Pandavas in the forest were frustrated. These great warriors of the race of Bharata sojourned like immortals in the great forest of Kamyaka, employed in hunting and pleased with the sight of numerous wild tracts of country and wide reaches of woodland, gorgeous with flowers, blossoming in season, and the sons of Pandu, each like unto Indra, and the terror of his enemies, dwelt there for some time. And one day those valiant men, the conquerors of their foes, went about in all directions, in search of game for feeding the Brahmanas in their company, leaving Draupadi alone at the hermitage with the permission of the great ascetic Trinavindu, resplendent with ascetic grandeur, and of their spiritual guide Dihaumiya. Meanwhile, the famous king of Sindhu, the son of Viridihakishatra, was, with a view to matrimony, proceeding to the kingdom of Salva, dressed in his best royal apparel, and accompanied by numerous princes, and the prince halted in the woods of Kamyaka, and in that secluded place he found the beautiful Draupadi, the beloved and celebrated wife of the Pandavas, standing at the threshold of the hermitage, and she looked grand in the super beautiful of her form, and seemed to shed a lustre on the woodland around, like lightning illuminating masses of dark clouds. And they who saw her asked themselves, is this an Apsara, or a doctor of the gods, or a celestial phantom? And with these talked, their hands joined together, they stood gazing on the perfect and faultless beauty of her form, and Jaya Dratha, the king of Sindhu, and the son of Viridihakishatra, struck with amazement at the sight of that lady of faultless beauty, was seized with an evil intention, and inflamed with desire. He said to the prince named Kotika, who is this lady of faultless form? Is she of the human kind? I have no need to marry if I can secure this exquisitely beautiful creature. Taking her with me, I shall go back to my abode, and inquire who she is, and whence she has come, and why that delicate being have come into this forest, beset with thorns. with this ornament of womankind, this slender-waisted lady of much beauty, and with handsome teeth and large eyes, accept me as her lord. I shall certainly regard myself successful if I obtain the hand of this excellent lady. Go, Kotika, and inquire who her husband may be. Thus asked, Kotika, wearing a kundala, jumped out of his chariot and came near her as a jackal approacheth a tigress, and spake unto her these words. Kotika said, Excellent lady, who art thou that standest alone, leaning on a branch of the Kodamba tree at this hermitage, and looking grand like a flame of fire blazing at night time, and fanned by the wind? Exquisitely beautiful as thou art, how is it that thou feelest not any fear in these forests? Methinks thou art a goddess, or a Yakshi, or a Danavi, or an excellent Apsara, or the wife of a Daitya, or a daughter of the Naga king, or a Hakishasi, or the wife of Varuna, or of Yama, or of Soma, or of Kuvera, who, having assumed a human form, wandereth in these forests. Or hast thou come from the mansions of Tihatri, or of Vidhatri, or of Savitri, or of Vibhu, or of Sakra? Thou dost not ask us who we are, nor do we know who protects thee here. Respectful, do we ask thee, good lady, who is thy powerful father, and do tell us truly the names of thy husband, thy relatives, and thy race, and tell us what thou dost here. As for us, I am King Suratiha's son, whom people know by the name of Kotika, and that man with eyes large as the petals of the lotus, sitting on a chariot of gold, like the sacrificial fire on the altar, is the warrior known by the name of Kishemankara, king of Trigarta, and behind him is famous son of the king of Pulinda, who is even now gazing on thee, armed with a mighty bow, and endowed with large eyes, and decorated with floral reliefs. He always liveth on the breast of mountains. The dark and handsome young man, the scourge of his enemies, standing at the edge of that tank, is the son of Suvala, of the race of Ikisvaku. And if thou hast ever heard the name of Jayadratha, the king of Salviras, even he is there at the head of 6,000 chariots, with horses and elephants and infantry, and followed by 12 Salvira princes, as his standard bearers, named Angaraka, Kunjara, Gupitaka, Satrunjaya, Srinjaya, Suprabidha, Pravihankara, Brahmara, Havi, Sura, Pratapa, and Kuhana, all mounted on chariots drawn by chestnut horses, and every one of them looking like the fire on the sacrificial altar. The brothers of the king, the powerful Valahaka, Anika, Vidarana, and others, are among his followers. These strong-limbed and noble youths are the flowers of the Salvira chivalry. The king is journeying in the company of these his friends, like Indra, surrounded by the Maruts. Do tell us that are unacquainted whose wife and whose daughter thou art. The Prince Draupadi thus questioned, but that ornament of sea haze, moved her eyes gently, and letting go her hold of the Kadamba branch, and arranging her silken apparel, she said, I am aware that it is not proper for a person like me to address you thus, as there is not another man or woman here to speak with thee, and as I am alone here just now, let me, therefore, speak. Know, worthy sir, that being alone in this forest here, I should not speak unto thee, remembering the usages of my sex. I have learned that thou art Suratiha's son, whom people know by the name of Kotika. Therefore, on my part, I shall now tell thee of my relations and hallowed haste. I am the daughter of King Drupada, and people know me by the name of Krishna, and I have accepted as my husbands 5 persons of whom you may have heard while they were living at Kahandava Prastiha. Those noble persons, Yudhishthira, Bhishmasena, Arjuna, and the 2 sons of Madhu, leaving me here and having assigned unto themselves the 4 points of the horizon, have gone out on a hunting excursion. The king hath gone to the east, Bhishmasena towards the south, Arjuna to the west, and the twin brothers towards the north. Therefore do ye now alight and dismiss your carriages, so that ye may depart after receiving a due welcome from them. The high-souled son of the Dharma is fond of guests, and will surely be delighted to see you. Having addressed Saivia's son in this way, the daughter of Drupada, with face beautiful as the moon, remembering well her husband's character for hospitality, entered her spacious cottage. Kotikakihia related to those princes who had been waiting out that had passed between him and Krishna. And hearing Kotikakihia was, Jayadratha said to that son of the race of Sivi, having listened unto her speech, my heart has been lovingly inclined towards that ornament of womankind. Why, therefore, hast thou returned? I tell thee truly, that, having once seen this lady, other women now seem to me like so many monkeys. Having looked at her, she has captivated my heart. Do tell me if that excellent lady is of the womankind. Kotika replied, this lady is the famous Prince Krishna, the daughter of Drupada, and the celebrated wife of the 5 sons of Pandu. She is the much esteemed and beloved and chaste wife of the sons of Pritha. Taking her with thee, do thou proceed towards Sauvira. Thus addressed the evil-minded Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu, Sauvira, and other countries, said, I must see Draupadi. And with 6 other men he entered that solitary hermitage, like a wolf entering the den of a lion. And he said unto Krishna, Hail to thee, excellent lady! Are thy husbands well, and those, besides, whose prosperity thou always wishest? Draupadi replied, Kunti's son, King Yudhishthira of the race of Kuru, his brothers, myself, and all those of whom thou hast inquired of are well. Is everything right with thy kingdom, thy government, exchequer in thy arm? Art thou a sole ruler governing with justice the rich countries of Scythia, Sivi, Sindhu, and others that thou hast brought under thy sway? Do thou accept this water for washing thy feet? Do thou take this seat? I offer thee 50 animals for thy train breakfast. Besides these, Yudhishthira himself, the son of Kunti, will give thee porcine deer, and langur deer, and does, and antelopes, and sarabihas, and habits, and huru deer, and bears, and samvara deer, and gayals, and many other animals, besides wild boars, and buffaloes, and other animals of the quadruped tribe. Hearing this, Jayadratha replied, saying, all is well with me, but offering to provide or break fast, thou hast in a manner actual done it. Come now and read my chariot and be completely happy, for it becomes not thee to have any regard for the miserable sons of Pritha, who are living in the woods, whose energies have been paralyzed, whose kingdom have been snatched, and whose fortunes are at the lowest ebb. A woman of sense like thee doth not attach herself to a husband that is poor. She should follow her lord when he is in prosperity, abandon him when in adversity. The sons of Pandu have forever fallen away from their high estate, and have lost their kingdom for all time to come. Thou hast no need, therefore, to partake of their misery from any regard for them. Therefore, forsake the sons of Pandu, be happy by becoming my wife, and share thou with me the kingdoms of Sindhu and Sauvira. Hearing these frightful words of the king of Sindhu, Krishna retired from that place, her face furrowed into a frown owing to the contraction of her eyebrows. Disregarding his words from supreme contempt, the splendor wasted Krishna, reproving, said unto the king of Sindhu, speak not thus again, art thou not ashamed? Be on thy guard, and that lady of irreproachable character, anxiously expecting the return of her husband, began with long speeches to beguile him completely. The daughter of Drupada, tall and natural handsome, was suffused with crimson, rising from a fit of anger, and with eyes inflamed and eyebrows bent in wrath, she reproved the ruler of the Suviras, saying, art thou not ashamed to use such insulting words in respect of those celebrated and terrible warriors, each like unto Indra himself, and who are all devoted to their duties, and who never waver in fight, with even hosts of Yakishas and Hakishasas? Good men never speak ill of learned persons devoted to austerities, and endowed with learning, no matter whether they live in the wilderness or in houses. It is on wretches that are mean as thou who do so. Methinks there is none in this assemblage of Kishatriya who is capable of holding thee by the hand to save thee from falling into the pit thou openest under thy feet, in hoping to vanquish King Yudhishthira the just, thou real hopest to separate stick in hand from a head homing in Himalayan valleys. Its leader, hug as a mountain peak, and with the temporal juice trickling down its hand temples. Out of Swedish fall, thou art kicking up into wakefulness the powerful lion lying asleep in order to pluck the hair from off his face. Thou shalt have to run away when thou seest Bhishmasena in wrath. Thy court in a combat with the furious Jisnu may be likened to thy kicking up a might terribly who grow and furious lion asleep in a mountain cave. The encounter thou speakest of with those two excellent youths, the younger Pandavas, is like unto the act of a fool that went on trampleth on the tails of two venomous black cobras with bifurcated tongues. The bamboo, the heat, and the plantain bear fruit only to perish and not to grow in size any further, like the crab that conceiveth for her own destruction. Thou wilt lay hands upon me who am protected by these mighty heroes. Jayadratha replied, I know all these, and I am well aware of the prowess of those princes. Thou canst not frighten us now with these threats. We belong by birth to the 17 high clans, and are endowed with the 6 royal qualities. We look down upon the Pandavas as inferior men. Therefore, do thou rid this elephant or this chariot quickly, for thou canst not baffle us with thy words alone, or speaking less boastful. Seek thou the mercy of the king of the Sauviras. Draupadi replied, Tog, I am powerful. Why doth the king of Sauvira yet consider me powerless? Well know as I am, I cannot, from fear of violence, demean myself before that prince. Even Indra himself cannot abduct her for whose protection Krishna and Arjuna would together follow, riding in the same chariot. What shall I say of a weak human being when Kirit, that slayer of foes, riding on his car, will, on my account, enter thy ranks, striking terror into every heart? He will consume everything around like the fire, consuming a stack of dry grass in summer. The warring princes of the Andhaka and the Vrishni race, with Janardana at their head, and the mighty bowmen of the Kaikeya tribe, will all follow in my wake with great ardor. The terrible arrows of the Dhananjaya, shot from the string of the Gandiva and propelled by his arms, fly with great force through the air, roaring like the very clowns. And when thou wilt behold Arjuna shooting from the Gandiva a thick mass of mighty arrows like unto a flight of locusts, then wilt thou repent of thine own folly. Bethink thyself of what thou wilt feel when that warrior, armed with the Gandiva, blowing his conch shell, and with gloves, ever beating with the strokes of his bowstring, will again and again pierce thy breast with his shafts. And when Bhishma will advance towards thee, mace in hand, and the 2 sons of Madri, hands in all directions, vomiting forth the venom of their wrath, thou wilt then experience pangs of keen regret that will last forever. As I have never been false to my worthy lords, even in thought, but that merit shall I now have the pleasure of beholding thee vanquished and dragged by the sons of Pritha. Thou canst not, cruel as thou art, frighten me by seizing me with violence, for as soon as those Kuru warriors will espy me, they will bring me back to the woods of Kamyaka. Then that lady of large eyes, beholding them ready to lay violent hands on her, he booked them and said, "Defile me not by your touch." And in great alarm, she then called upon her spiritual advisor, the Haumia, Jayadratha, seized her by her upper garment. She pushed him with great vigor, and pushed by the lady, that sinful wretch fell upon the ground like a tree severed from its roots. Seized once more by him with great violence, she began to pant for breath, and dragged by the wretch, Krishna at last ascended his chariot, having worshipped the Haumia feet, and the Haumia then addressed Jayadratha and said, "Do thou observe the ancient custom of the Kshatriyas? Thou canst not carry her off without having vanquished those great warriors. Without doubt, thou shalt heap the painful fruits of this thy despicable act, when thou encounterest the heroic sons of Pandu, with Yudhishthira, the just, at their head." Having said these words, the Haumia, entering into the midst of Jayadratha infantry, began to follow that renowned prince, who was thus being carried away by the Habesher. Meanwhile, those foremost of bowmen on the face of the earth, having wandered separately and hanged in all directions, and having slain plenty of deer and buffaloes, at length meet together, and observing that great forest, which was crowded with hosts of deer and wild beasts, sounding with the shrill cries of birds, and hearing the shrieks and yells of the denizens of the wilderness, Yudhishthira said unto his brothers, "These birds and wild beasts, flying towards that direction which is illuminated by the sun, are uttering dissonant cries and displaying an intense excitement. All this on shows that this mighty forest have been invaded by hostile intruders. Without a moment delay, let us give up the chase. We have no more need of game. My heart asks and seems to burn. The soul in my body, overpowering the intellect, seems ready to fly out, as a lake led by Garuda of the mighty snake that dwells in it, as a pot drained of its contents by thirst men, as a kingdom fat of king and prosperity, even doth the forest of Kamyaka seem to me." Thus addressed, those heroic warriors drove towards their abode, on great cars of handsome make, and drawn by steeds of the Saindhiharva breed, exceedingly fleet and possessed of the speed of the hurricane. And on their way back, they beheld a jackal yelling hideously on the wayside towards their left, and King Yudhishthira, regarding it attentively, said unto Bhishma and Dhananjaya, "This jackal that belongs to a very inferior species of animals, speaking to our left, speaketh a language which plainly indicates that the sinful Kurus, disregarding us, have commenced to oppress us by resorting to violence." After the sons of Pandu had given up the chase and said these words, they entered the grove which contained their hermitage, and there they found their beloved own maid, the girl Dhatreika, sobbing and weeping, and Indrasena, then quickly alighting from the chariot and advancing with fast steps towards her, questioned her in great distress of mind, saying, "What makes thee weep thus, lying on the ground, and why is thy face woe begone and colorless? I hope no cruel wretch have done any harm to the Prince Draupadi, possessed of incomparable beauty and large eyes, and who is the second self of every one of those bulls of the Kuru haze. Anxious have been the Dharma's son, that if the prince have entered the bowels of the earth, or have soared to heaven, or dived into the bottom of the ocean, he and his brothers will go thither in pursuit of her, who could that fool be that wound carry away that priceless jewel belonging to the might and ever victorious sons of Pandu, those grinders of foes, and which is dear unto them as their own lives. I don't know who the person could be that would think of carrying away that prince who have such powerful protectors and who is even like a walking embodiment of the hearts of the sons of Pandu, piercing whose breasts will terrible shafts stick to the ground today. Do not weep for her, for now that Krishna will come back this very day, and the sons of Pritha, having slain their foes, will again be united with Yagnaseni. Thus addressed by him, the Hatreika, weeping her beautiful face, replied unto Indrasena, the Shriota, saying, disregarding the 5 Indra-like sons of Pandu, Jayadratha have carried away Krishna by force. The tract pursued by him have not yet disappeared, for the broken branches of trees have not yet faded. Therefore, turn your cars and follow her quickly, for the prince cannot have gone far by this time. Ye warriors possessed of the prowess of Indra, putting on your costly bows of handsome make, and taking up your costly bows and quivers, speed ye in pursuit of her, less overpowered by threats or violence, and losing her sense and the color of her shacks, she yields herself up to an undeserving wicked, even as one poureth forth from the sacrificial ladle the sanctified oblation on a heap of ashes. See that the clarified butter is not poured into an igniting fire of paddy, chaff, that a garland of flowers is not thrown away in a cemetery. Take care that the soma juice of a sacrifice is not licked up by a dog through the carelessness of the officiating priests. Let not the lily be hoodily torn by a jackal homing for its prey in the impenetrable forest. Let no inferior wight touch with his lips the bright and beautiful face of your wife, fair as the beams of the moon, and adorned with the finest nose and the handsomest eyes, like a dog licking clarified butter kept in the sacrificial pot. Do ye speed in this tract, and let not time steal a march on you. Yudhishthira said, Hitar, good woman, and control thy tongue. Speak not this way before us. Kings or princes, however, are infatuated with the possession of power, are sure to come to grief. With these words they departed, following the tracks pointed out to them, and frequently breathing deep sighs like the hissing of snakes, and twanging the strings of their large bows. And then they observed a cloud of dust raised by the hoofs of the steeds belonging to Jayadratha arm. And they saw the Haumia in the midst of the Habashir infantry, exhorting Bhishma to quicken his steps. Then those princes, with hearts undepressed, bade him be of good cheer, and said unto him, do thou hetun shahful, and then they hushed towards that host with great fury, like hawks swooping down on their prey, and possessed of the prowess of Indra, they had been filled with fury at the insult offered to Draupadi, at sight of Jayadratha, and of their beloved wife seated on his car. Their fury knew no bounds, and those mighty bowmen, Bhima and the Dhananjaya, and the twin brothers and the king called out Jayadratha to stop, upon which the enemy was bewildered as to lose their knowledge of directions. The hostile Kshatriyas, incensed at sight of Bhimasena and Arjuna, sent up a loud shout in the forest, and the wicked King Jayadratha, when he saw the standards of those bulls of the Kuru haze, lost his heart, and addressing the resplendent Yagnaseni, seated on his car, said, "Those 5 great warriors that are coming are, I believe, thy husband. As thou knowest the sons of Pandu, well do thou describe them one by one to us, pointing out which of them hideth which car." Thus addressed, Draupadi replied, "Having done this violent deed, calculated to shorten thy life, what will it avail thee now? To know the names of those great warriors, for now that my heroic husbands are come, not one of ye will be left alive in battle. However, as thou art on the point of death, and hast asked me, I will tell thee everything, this being consistent with the ordinance, beholding King Yudhishthira the just, with his younger brothers. I have not the slight angst or fear from thee." That warrior at the top of whose flagstaff 2 handsome and sonorous tabors called Nanda and Upananda are constantly played upon. He hath a correct knowledge of the morality of his own acts. Men that have attained success always walk in his train, with a complexion like that of poor gold, possessed of a prominent nose and large eyes, and endowed with a slender make. That husband of mine is known among people by the name of Yudhishthira, the son of the Dharma, and the foremost of the Kuru haze. That virtuous prince of men granteth life to even a foe that yields. Therefore, throwing down thy arms and joining thy hands, run to him for thy good, to seek his protection. And that other man whom thou seest with long arms and tall as the full-grown sala tree, seated on his chariot, beating his lips and contracting his forehead, as to bring the 2 eyebrows together, is he, my husband, Vrikodara, steeds of the noblest breed, plump and strong, well trained and endowed with great might, draw the cars of that warrior. His achievements are superhuman. He is known by the name of Bhima on earth. They that offend him are never suffered to live. He never forgetteth a foe. On some pretext or other he wreaketh his vengeance, nor is he pacified even after he has wreaked a signal vengeance. And there, that foremost of bowmen, endowed with intelligence and now with sense under complete control and reverence for the old, that brother and disciple of Yudhishthira is my husband, the Dhananjaya. Virtue he never forsaketh from lust or fear or anger, nor doth he ever commit a deed that is cruel, endowed with the energy of fire and capable of withstanding every foe. That grinder of enemies is the son of Kunti, and that other youth versed in every question of morality and profit, whoever dispelleth the fears of the affrighted, who is endowed with high wisdom, who is considered as the handsomest person in the whole world, and who is protected by all the sons of Pandu, being regarded by them as dearer to them than their own lives, for his unflinching devotion to them is my husband, Nakula, possessed of great prowess, endowed with high wisdom, and having Sahadeva for his second, possessed of exceeding lightness of hand, he fighteth with the sword, making dexterous passes therewith. Thou, foolish man, shalt witness today his performances on the field of battle, like unto those of Indra, amid the hanks of thy tears. And that hero is skilled in weapons, and possessed of intelligence and wisdom, and intent on doing what is agreeably to the son of the Dharma. That favorite and youngest born of the Pandavas is my husband, Sahadeva. Heroic, intelligent, wise, and ever wrathful, there is not another man equal unto him in intelligence or in eloquence, amid assemblies of the wise. Dearer to Kunti than her own soul, he is always mindful of the duties of Kshatriyas, and would much sooner rush into fire or sacrifice his own life than say anything that is opposed to religion and morals. When the sons of Pandu will have killed thy warriors in battle, then wilt thou behold thy arm in the miserable plight of a ship on the sea, wrecked with its freight of Jews on the back of a whale. Thus have I described unto thee the prowess of the sons of Pandu, disregarding whom in thy foolishness thou hast acted. If thou escapest unscathed from them, then indeed thou wilt have obtained a new lease of life. Then those 5 sons of Pritha, each like unto Indra, filled with wrath, leaving the panic-stricken infantry alone, who were imploring them for mercy, rushed furiously upon the chariots, attacking them on all sides, and darkening the very air with the thick shower of arrows they shoot. Meanwhile, the king of Sindhu was giving orders to those princes, saying, "Halt, strike, march, quick, and like." And on seeing Bhishma, Arjuna, and the twin brothers with Yudhishthira, the soldiers sent up a loud shout on the field of battle. And the warriors of the Sivi, Sauvira, and Sindhu tribes, at the sight of those powerful heroes looking like fierce tigers, lost heart, and Bhishmasena, armed with a mace entirely of Saikia arrow and embossed with gold, rushed towards the Saindhava monarch, doomed to death. Kotikakihia is speedily surrounding Vrikodara with an array of mighty chariots interposed between and separated the combatants. And Bhishma, Thog, assailed with numberless spears and clubs and arrows hurled at him, but the strong arms of hostile heroes did not waver for one moment. On the other hand, he killed with his mace an elephant with its driver and 14 foot soldiers, fighting in the front of Jayadratihakar. And Arjuna, desirous of capturing the Sauvira king, slew 500 brave mountaineers, fighting in the van of the Sindhu army. And in that encounter, the king himself slew in the twinkling of an eye 100 of the best warriors of the Sauviras. And Nakula, sword in hand, jumping out of his chariot, scattered in a moment, like a tiller showing seeds, the heads of the combatants fighting in the rear. And Sahadeva, from his chariot, began to fell with his arrow shaft men warriors fighting on elephants, like birds dropped from the boughs of a tree. Then the king of Trigartas, bow in hand, descending from his great chariot, killed the 4 steeds of the king with his mace. Kunti's son, King Yudhishthira, the just, seeing the foe approach near and fighting on foot, fixed his breast with a crescent-shaped arrow, and that hero, thus wounded in the breast, began to vomit blood, and fell down upon the ground beside Pritha's son, like an uprooted tree. And King Yudhishthira, the just, whose steeds had been slain, taking this opportunity, descended with Indrasena from his chariot and mounted that of Sahadeva, and the 2 warriors, Kishemankara and Mahamukisha, singling out Nakula, began to pour on him from both sides a perfect shower of keen-edged arrows. The son of Madri succeeded in slaying with a couple of long shafts both those warriors who had been pouring on him an arrowy shower like clouds in the rain season. So Hatiha, the king of Trigartas, well vested in elephant charges, approaching the front of Nakula's chariot, caused it to be dragged by the elephant he rode. Nakula, little daunted at this, leaped out of his chariot, and securing a point of vantage, he stood, shield and sword in hand, immovably as a hill. Thereupon, Suhatiha, wishing to slay Nakula, at once urged towards him his hug and infuriate elephant with trunk upraised. When the beast came near, Nakula, with his sword, severed from his head both trunk and tusks, and that mail-clad elephant, uttering a frightful roar, fell headlong upon the ground, crushing its riders by the fall, and having achieved this daring feat, heroic son of Madri, getting up on Bhishmasena car, obtained a little rest, and Bhishma, seeing Prince Kotikakihia, who stood encounter, cut off the head of his charioteer with a horse-shoulder arrow. That prince did not even perceive that his driver was killed by his strong-armed adversary, and his horses, no longer restrained by the driver, ran about on the battlefield in all directions. And seeing that prince without a driver turn his back, that foremost of his meters, Bhishma, the son of Pandu, went up to him and slew him with a bearded dart, and the Dhananjaya cut off with his sharp crescent-shaped arrows the heads as well as the bows of all the 12 Sauvira heroes, and the great warrior killed in battle with the arrow the leaders of the Ikisvakus and the hosts of Civis and Trigartas and Saindhihavas, and the great men elephants with their collars and chariots with standards were seen to fall by the hand of Arjuna, and heads without trunks and trunks without heads lay covering the entire field of battle. And dogs and herons and ravens and crows and falcons and jackals and vultures feasted on the flesh and blood of warriors slain on that field. And when Jayadratha, the king of Sindhu, saw that his warriors were slain, he became terrified and anxious to run away, leaving Krishna behind. And in that general confusion, the wretch, setting down Draupadi there, fled for his life, pursuing the same forest path by which he had come. And King Yudhishthira, the just, seeing Draupadi with the Raumia walking before, caused her to be taken up on a chariot by the heroic Sahadeva, the son of Madri. And when Jayadratha had fled away, Vitima began to mow down with his arrows such of his followers as were running away, striking each trooper down after numbing him. Arjuna, perceiving that Jayadratha had run away, exhorted his brother to refrain from slaughtering the remnant of the Sandhava host. And Arjuna said, I do not find on the field of battle Jayadratha, through whose fault alone we have experienced this bitter misfortune. Seek him out first, and may success crown thy effort. What is the good of thy slaughtering these troopers? Why art thou bent upon this unprofitable business? Bhishmasena, thus exhorted by Arjuna of great wisdom, turning to Yudhishthira, replied, saying, as a great many of the enemy warriors have been slain, and as they are flying in all directions, do thou now return home, taking with thee Draupadi and the twin brothers, and exalt the Haumia, and console the prince after getting back to our asylum. That foolish king of Sindhu I shall not let alone as long as he lives, even if he find a shelter in the internal regions, or is backed by Indra himself. And Yudhishthira replied, saying, Thou shouldst not slay the king of Sindhu, even though he is so wicked. Hearing these words, Draupadi was greatly excited, and that highly intelligent lady in her excitement said to her two husbands, Bhishma and Arjuna, with indignation mixed with modesty, if you care to do what is agreeable to me, you must slay that mean and despicable wretch, that sinful, foolish, infamous, and contemptible chief of the Sandhava clan, that foe who forcibly carries away a wife, and he that wrests a kingdom should never be forgiven on the battlefield, even though he should supplicate for mercy. Thus admonished, those two valiant warriors went in search of the Sandhava chief, and the king, taking Krishna with him, returned home, accompanied by his spiritual advisor. And on entering the hermitage, he found it was laid over with seats for the ascetics, and crowded with their disciples, and graced with the presence of Markandeya and other Brahmanas. And while those Brahmanas were gravely bewailing the lot of Draupadi, Yudhishthira, endowed with great wisdom, joined their company with his brothers, and beholding the king thus come back after having defeated the Sandhava and the Sauvira host, and recovered Draupadi, they were elated with joy, and the king took his seat in their midst, and the excellent Prince Krishna entered the hermitage with the two brothers. Meanwhile, Bhishma and Arjuna, learning the enemy was full 2 miles ahead of them, urged their horses to greater speed in pursuit of him, and the mighty Arjuna performed a wonderful deed, killing the horse of Jayadratha, although they were full 2 miles ahead of them, and armed with celestial weapons, undaunted by difficulties, he achieved this difficult feat with arrows inspired with mantras. And then the two warriors, Bhishma and Arjuna, pushed towards the terrified king of Sindhu, whose horses had been slain, and who was alone and perplexed in mind. And the latter was greatly grieved on seeing his steeds slain. And beholding the Dhananjaya do such a daring deed, and intent on running away, he followed the same forest track by which he had come. And Falguna, seeing the Sandhava chief active in his flight, overtook him and addressed him, saying, possessed of little manliness, how causest thou dare to take away a lady by force? Turn round. It is not meet that thou shouldst run away. How canst thou act, leaving thy followers in the midst of thy foes? Our talk, addressed by the sons of Pritha, thus the monarch of Sindhu did not even once turn round, and then bidding him do what he chose, the might Bhishma overtook him in an instant. The kind Arjuna entreated him not to kill that wretch. Jayadratha, flying for his life upon beholding those two brothers with upraised arms, was sorely grieved and bolted off with speed and coolness. The might and indignant Bhishmasena, descending from his chariot, ran after him, thus fleeing, and seized him by the hair of his head, and holding him high up in the air, Bhishma tossed him on the ground with violence, and seizing the prince by the head, he knocked him about. And when the wretch recovered consciousness, he groaned aloud and wanted to get up on his legs. That hero ended with might arms kicked him on the head, and Bhishma pressed him on the breast with his knees as well as with his fists, and the prince, thus belabored, soon became insensible. Then Falguna dissuaded the wrathful Bhishmasena from inflicting further chastisement on the prince, by reminding him of what Yudhishthira had said regarding Dusala. Bhishma replied, saying, the sinful wretch hath done a cruel injury to Krishna, who never can bear such treatment. He, therefore, deserveth to die at hands. What can I do? The king is always overflowing with mercy, and thou art constantly putting obstacles in my way from a childish sense of virtue. Having said these words, Vrikodara, with his crescent-shaped arrow, shaved the hair of the prince's head, having 5 tufts in as many places. Jayadratha uttered not a word at this. Then Vrikodara, addressing the foe, said, if thou wishest to live, listen to me. I shall tell thee the means to attain that wish. In public assemblies and in open courts thou must say, I am the slave of the Pandavas. On this condition alone I will pardon thee thy life. This is the customary rule of conquest on the field of battle. Thus addressed and treated, King Jayadratha said to the might and fierce warrior, who always looked awful, be it so. And he was trembling and senseless and begrimed with dust. Then Arjuna and Vrikodara, securing him with chains, tossed him into a chariot, and Bhishma himself, mounting that chariot, and accompanied by Arjuna, drove towards the hermitage, and approaching Yudhishthira, seated there, he placed Jayadratha in that condition before the king, and the king, smiling, told him to set the Sindhu prince at liberty. Then Bhishma said unto the king, do thou tell Draupadi that this wretch hath become the slave of the Pandavas. Then his eldest brother said unto him affectionately, if thou hast any regard for us, do thou set this wretch at liberty. And Draupadi, hearing the king's mind, said, let him off. He hath become a slave of the king, and thou hast disfigured him by living 5 tufts of hair on his head. Then the crestfallen prince, having obtained his liberty, approached King Yudhishthira and bowed down unto him, and seeing those munis there, he saluted them. Then the kind-hearted King Yudhishthira, the son of the Dharma, beholding Jayadratha in that condition, almost supported by Arjuna, said unto him, Thou art a free man now, I emancipate thee. Now go away and be careful not to do such thing again. Shame to thee. Thou hast intended to take away a lady by violence. Even though thou art mean and powerless, what other wretch save thee would think of acting thus? Then that foremost king of Bharata haste, aided with pity that perpetrator of wicked deeds, and believing that he had lost his senses, said, Mayst thy heart grow in virtue, never set thy heart again on immoral deeds. Thou mayest depart in peace now with thy chariots, cavalry, and infantry. Thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the prince was overpowered with shame, and bending down his head, he silently and sorrowful wended his way to the place where the Ganga debouches on the plains, and imploring the protection of the god of 3 eyes, the consort of Uma, he did severe penance at that place, and the 3-eyed god, pleased with his austerities, deigned to accept his offerings in person, and he granted him a boon. Do thou listen how the prince received that boon. Jayadratha, addressing that god, asked the boon, May I be able to defeat in battle all the 5 sons of Pandu on their chariots? The god told him, This cannot be. And Mahesvara said, None can slay or conquer them in battle, save Arjuna. Thou shalt be able to uncheck them on the field of battle. The heroic Arjuna, with might arms, is the god incarnate styled Nara. He practiced austerities of old in the Vadari forest. The god Narayana is his friend. Therefore, he is incomparably of the very gods. I myself, having given him the celestial weapon called Pasupata, from the regents of all the 10 cardinal points, he has acquired the thunderbolt and other mighty weapons, and the great god Vishnu, who is the infinite spirit, the Lord preceptor of all the gods, is the supreme being, without attributes, and the soul of the universe, and existeth pervading the whole creation. At the termination of a cycle of ages, assuming the shape of the all-consuming fire, he consumed the whole universe with mountains and seas and islands and hills and woods and forests. And after the destruction of the Naga world, also in the subterranean regions, in the same way, vast masses of many-colored and loud pealing clouds with streaks of lightning, spreading along the entire welkin, had appeared on high, then pouring down water in torrents, thick as axles of cars, and filling the space everywhere, this extinguishing that all-consuming fire. When at the close of 4,000 yugas the earth thus became flooded with water like one vast sea, and all mobile creatures were hushed in death, and the sun and the moon and the winds were all destroyed, and the universe was devoid of planets and stars, the supreme being called Narayana, unknowable by the senses, adorned with 1,000 heads, and as many eyes and legs, became desirous of haste. And the serpent seized her, looking terribly with his 1,000 hoods, and shining with the splendor of 10,000 suns, and white as the kunda flower, or the moon, or a string of pearls, or the white lotus, or milk, or the fibres of a lotus stalk, served for his conch, and that adorably and omnipotent God thus slept on the bosom of the deep, enveloping our space with nocturnal gloom. And when his creative faculty was excited, he awoke and found the universe denuded of everything. In this connection, the following sloka is recited respecting the meaning of Narayana. Vada was created by Nara, and it formed his corpus. Therefore, do we hear it styled as Nara, and because it formed his Ayana, therefore is he known as Narayana. As soon as that everlasting being was engaged in meditation for the recreation of the universe, a lotus flower instantaneously came into existence from his navel, and the four-faced Brahma came out of that navel lotus, and then the grandsire of our creators, seating himself on that flower and finding that the whole universe was a blank, created in his own likeness, and from his will the great rishis, Marikhi, and others. And these in their turn observing the same thing, completely the creation, by creating Yakishas, Hakishas, Pisakshas, reptiles, men, and all mobile and immobile creatures. The Supreme Spirit has three conditions. In the form of Brahma, he is the creator, and in the form of Vishnu, he is the preserver, and in his form as Rudra, he is the destroyer of the universe. Hast thou not heard of the wonderful achievements of Vishnu, described to thee by the Munis and the Brahmanas, learned in the Vedas? When the world was thus reduced to one vast sphere of water, with only heavens above, the Lord, like a firefly, at night time during the rain season, moved about hither and thither, in search of stable ground, with the view of rehabilitating his creation, and became desirous of raising the earth submerged in water. What shape shall I take to rescue the earth from this flood? So thinking and contemplating with divine insight, he bethought himself of the shape of a wild boar, fond of sporting in water, and assuming the shape of a sacrificial boar, shining with effulgence and instinct with the Vedas, and 10 yojanas in length, with pointed tusks, and a complexion like dark clouds, and with a body huge as a mountain, and roaring like a conglomeration of clouds. The Lord plunged into the waters, and lifted up the earth with one of his tusks, and replaced it in its proper sphere. At another time, the mighty Lord, assuming a wonderful form, with a body half lion, half man, and squeezing his hands, repaired to the court of the ruler of the deities. That progenitor of the deities, the son of Diti, who was the enemy of the, beholding the Lord's peculiar form, burst out into passion, and his eyes became inflamed with rage. And Hiranyakasipu, the warlike son of Diti, and the enemy of the gods, adorned with garlands, and looking like a mass of dark clouds, taking up his trident in hand, and roaring like the clowns, rushed on that being, half lion, half man. Then that powerful king of wild beasts, half man, half lion, taking a leap in the air, instantly rent the deity in twain by means of his sharp claws. And the adorably lotus-eyed Lord of great effusions, having thus slain the deity king for the well-being of our creatures, again took his birth in the womb of Aditi, a son of Kasyapa, and at the expiration of 1,000 years she was delivered of that superhuman conception, and then was born that being, of the hue of rain-charged clouds, with bright eyes, and of dwarfish stature. He had the ascetic staff and water pot in hand, and was marked with the emblem of a coil of hair on the breast. And that adorable being wore matted locks and the sacrificial thread, and he was stout and handsome and resplendent with lustre. And that being, arriving at the sacrificial enclosure of Vali, king of the Danavas, entered the sacrificial assembly with the aid of Vrihaspati, and beholding that Diwari bodied being, Vali was well pleased and said unto him, I am glad to see thee. Say, what is it that thou wantest from me? Thus addressed by Vali, the Diwari god replied with a smile, saying, so be it. Do thou, Lord of the Danavas, give me 3 passes of ground, and Vali, contented to give what that Brahmana of infinite power had asked, and while measuring with the passes the space he sought, Hari assumed a wonderful and extraordinary form, and with only 3 passes he instantly covered this illimitable world, and then that everlasting God, Vishnu, gave it away unto Indra. This history, which has just been related to thee, is celebrated as the incarnation of the dwarf, and from him all the gods had their being, and after him the world is said to be Vaisnava, or pervaded by Vishnu, and for the destruction of the wicked and the preservation of religion. Even he hath taken his birth among men in the race of the Yadus, and the adorable Vishnu is styled Krishna. These are the achievements of the Lord, whom all the worlds worship, and whom the learned described as without beginning and without end, unborn and divine. They call him the unconquerable Krishna, with conch shell, discus, and mace, and adorned with the emblem of a coil of hair, divine, clad in silken robes of yellow hue, and the best of those versed in the art of war. Arjuna is protected by Krishna, the possessor of these attributes. That glorious and lotus-eyed being of infinite power, that slayer of hostile heroes, riding in the same chariot with Pritha's son, protecteth him. He is invincible, the very gods cannot resist his power, still less can one with human attributes vanquish the son of Pritha in battle. Thou must let him alone. Thou shalt be able to vanquish for a single day only the rest of Yudhishthira forces, along with thine enemies, the 4 sons of Pandu. Having said these words unto that prince, the adorable Hara, of 3 eyes, the destroyer of all things, the consort of Uma, and lord of wild beasts, the destroyer of sacrifice, the slayer of Tripura, and he that had plucked out the eyes of Bihaga, surrounded by his dwarfish and hunchbacked and terribly followers, having frightful eyes and ears and uplifted arms, vanished from that place with his consort Uma, and the wicked Jayadratha returned home, and the sons of Pandu continued to dwell in the forest of Kamyaka. Janamejaya said, "What did those tigers among men, the Pandavas, after they had suffered such misery in consequence of the ravishment of Draupadi?" Having defeated Jayadratha and rescued Krishna, the victorious king Yudhishthira took his seat by the side of that best of Munis, and among those foremost of ascetics who were expressing their grief upon bearing Draupadi misfortune, Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, addressed Markandeya, saying, "Thou art known to have the fullest knowledge of both the past as well as the future. A doubt existeth in my mind, which I would ask thee to solve. This lady is the daughter of Drupada. She hath issued from the sacrificial altar, and hath not been begotten of the flesh, and she is highly blessed, and is the daughter-in-law of the illustrious Pandu. I incline to think that time and human destiny that dependeth on our acts, and inevitably are irresistibly in respect of creatures. How could such a misfortune afflict this wife of ours, faithful and virtuous, like a false accusation of theft against an honest man? The daughter of Drupada hath never committed any sinful act, nor hath she done anything that is not commendable. On the contrary, she hath assiduously practiced the highest virtues towards Brahmanas, and yet the foolish king Jayadratha had carried her away by force. In consequence of this act of violence on her, that sinful wretch hath his hair shaved off his head, and sustained also with all his lies, defeated impotently. It is true we have rescued her after slaughtering the troops of Sindhu. The disgrace of this ravishment of our wife during our hours of carelessness hath stained us, to be sure. This life in the wilderness is full of miseries. We subsist by chase and talk, dwelling in the woods. We are obliged to slay the denizens thereof that live with us. This exile that we suffer is due to the act of the faithful king's man. Is there anyone who is more unfortunate than I am? Have thou ever seen or heard of such a one before?" Markandeya said, "Even Rama suffered unparalleled misery, for the evil-minded Ravana, king of the Rakshasas, having recourse to deceit and overpowering the vulture Jatayu, forcibly carried away his wife Sita from his asylum in the woods. Indeed, Rama, with the help of Sugriva, brought her back, constructing a bridge across the sea, and consuming Lanka with his keen-edged arrows." Yudhishthira said, "In what haste was Rama born? In what was the mastery of his might and prowess? Whose son was Ravana, and for what was it that he had any misunderstanding with Rama? It behoveth thee to tell me all this in detail, for I long to hear the history of Rama, of great achievements." Markandeya said, "Listen to this old history exactly as it happened. I will tell thee all about the distress suffered by Rama, together with his wife. There was a great king named Aja, which sprung from the race of Ikshvaku. He had a son named Dasahatha, who was devoted to the study of the Vedas and was ever poor. And Dasahatha had 4 sons conversant with morality, and prophet, known by the names respectively of Hama, Lakismana, Satrugna, and Mahabharata. And Hama had for his mother Kausalya, and Bharata had for his mother Kaikeyi, while those scourge of their enemies, Lakismana and Satrugna, were the sons of Sumitra. And Janaka was the king of Videha, and Sita was his daughter. And Tastri himself created her, desiring to make her the beloved wife of Hama. I have now told thee the history of both Hama and Sita birth, and now I will relate unto thee birth of Havana, that Lord of all creatures and the creator of the universe, the self-create Prajapati himself, that God possessed of great ascetic merit, is the grandfather of Havana, and Pulastia hath a mighty son called Vaishavana, begotten of a cow. His son, leaving his father, went to his grandfather, and angered at this, his father then created a second self of himself, and with half of his own self that he generated on became born of Vishava, for wreaking a vengeance on Vaishavana. The grandsire, pleased with Vaishavana, gave him immortality and sovereignty of all the wealth of the universe, the guardianship of one of the cardinal points, the friendship of Isana, and a son named Nalakuvera, and he gave him for his capital Lanka, which was guarded by hosts of Hakishasas, and a chariot called Puspaka, capable of going everywhere according to the will of the rider, and the kingship of the Yakishas, and the sovereignty over sovereigns were also his. Markandeya said, the Muni, named Vishava, who was begotten of half the soul of Pulastia, in a fit of passion, began to look upon Vaishavana with great anger. Kuvera, the king of the Hakishasas, knowing that his father was angry with him, always sought to please him, and that king of kings living in Lanka and born upon the shoulders of men sent their Hakishasa woman to wait upon his father. Their names were Puspot Kata, Haka, and Malini, and they were skilled in singing and dancing, and were always assiduous in their attentions on that high-souled rish, and those slender-waisted ladies vied with one another in gratifying the rish, and that high-souled and adorable being was pleased with them and granted them boons, and to every one of them he gave princely sons according to their desire. 2 sons, those foremost of Hakishasas, named Kumbhakarna and the 10-headed Havana, both unequaled on earth in prowess, were born to Puspotikata. And Malini had a son named Vibhishana, and Haka had twin children named Kihara and Surpanakiha, and Vibhishana surpassed them all in beauty, and that excellent person was very pious and assiduously performed all religious rites. That foremost of Hakishasas, with 10 heads, was the heirs to them, and he was religious and energetic and possessed of great strength and prowess. And the Hakishasa, Kumbhakarna, was the most powerful in battle, for he was fierce and terrible, and a full master of the arts of illusion. And Kihara was proficient in archery, and hostile to the Brahmanas, subsisting as he did on flesh. And the fierce Surpanakiha was constant source of trouble to the ascetics, and the warriors, learned in the Vedas and diligent in ceremonial rites, all lived with their father in the Gandhimadana. and there they beheld wise Havana, seated with their father, possessed of riches, and borne on the shoulders of men, and seized with jealousy. They resolved upon performing penances, and with ascetic penances of the most severe kind, they gratified Brahma, and the ten-headed Havana, supporting life by means of air alone, and surrounded by the 5 sacred fires, and absorbed in meditation, remained standing on one leg for 1,000 years. And Kumbhakarna, with head downwards, and with restricted diet, was constant in austerities, and the wise and magnanimous Vibhishana, observing fasts, and subsisting on dry leaves, and engaged in meditation, practiced severe austerities for a long period, and Kihara and Surpanakha, with cheerful hearts, protected and attended on them while they were performing those austerities, and at the close of 1,000 years, the invincibly ten-headed on, cutting off his own heads, offered them as offering to the sacred fire, and at this act of his, the Lord of the universe was pleased with him. And then Brahma, personal appealing to them, bade them desist from those austerities, and promised to grant boons unto every one of them. And the adorable Brahma said, I am pleased with you, my sons. Cease now from these austerities, and ask boons of me, whatever your desires may be. They, with the single exception of that of immortality, will be fulfilled. As thou hast offered thy head to the fire from great ambition, they will again adorn thy body as before, according to thy desire. And thy body will not be disfigured, and thou shalt be able to assume any form according to thy desire, and become the conqueror of thy foes in battle. There is no doubt of this. Thereupon Havana said, May I never experience defeat at the hands of Gandharvas, Celestials, Kinnaras, Asuras, Yakishas, Hakishasas, serpents, and all other creatures. Brahma said, From those that hast named, thou shalt never have cause of fear, except from men. Markandeya said, Thus addressed, the ten-headed was highly gratified, for on account of his perfected understanding, the men eating on dislikened human beings. Then the great-grandsire addressed Kumbhakarna as before, his reason being clouded by darkness. He asked for long-lasting sleep, saying, It shall be. Brahma then addressed Vibhishana, I am much pleased with thee, ask any boon thou pleasest. Thereupon Vibhishana replied, Even in great danger may I never swerve from the path of righteousness, and talk ignorant. May I be illuminated with the light of divine knowledge. And Brahma replied, As thy soul inclines not to unrighteousness, our talk born in the Hakishasa haze, I grant thee immortality. Having obtained this boon, the ten-headed Hakishasa defeated Kuvera in battle, and obtained from him the sovereignty of Lanka. That adorable being, living in Lanka, and followed by Gandharvas, Yakishas, Hakishas, and Kinnaras, went to live on Mount Gandhimadana. And Havana forcibly took from him the celestial chariot Puspaka, and upon this wise Havana cursed him, saying, This chariot shall never carry thee, it shall be him who will slay thee in battle, and as thou hast insulted me, thy elder brother, thou shalt soon die. The pious Vibhishana, trailing in the path followed by the virtuous and possessed of great glory, followed Kuvera, that adorably lord of wealth, highly pleased with his younger brothers, invested him with the command of the Yakisha and Hakisha hosts. On the other hand, the powerful and man-eating Hakishasas and Pisakhas, having assembled together, invested the ten-headed Havana with their sovereignty, and Havana, capable of assuming any form at will, and terribly in prowess, and capable of passing through the air, attacked the gods and the deities, and wrested from them all their valuable possessions. And as he had terrified our creatures, he was called Havana. And Havana, capable of mustering and mastery of might, inspired the very gods with terror. Markandeya said, then the Brahmas his, the Siddhas and the Devas his, with Haviyavaha as their spokesman, sought the protection of Brahma. And Agni said, that powerful son of Vishava, the ten-headed cannot be slain on account of thy own, and with great might he oppresseth in every possible way the creatures of the earth. Protect us. There is none else save thee to protect us. Brahma said, he cannot be conquered impotently by either the gods or the Asuras. I have already ordained that which is needful for that purpose. Indeed, his death is near. Urged by me, the four-headed god hath already been incarnate for that object. Even Vishnu, that foremost of his meters, will achieve that object. Then the grandsire asked Sakra in their presence, be thou with all the celestials, born on earth, and begat ye on monkeys and bears, heroic sons possessed of great strength, and capable of assuming any form at will, as the allies of Vishnu. And at these, the gods, the Gandhiharavas, and the Danavas quickly assembled to take counsel as to how they should be born on earth according to their respective parts. And in their presence, the born-giving god commanded a Gandhiharvi by name Dundubihi, saying, go therefore accomplishing this object. And Dundubihi, hearing these words of the grandsire, was born in the world of men as the hunchbacked Mantihara, and all the principal celestials with Sakra and others begot offspring upon the wives of the foremost of monkeys and bears. And those sons equaled their sires in strength and fame, and they were capable of splitting mountain peaks. And their weapons were stones and trees of the Sala and the Tala species, and their bodies were hard as adamant, and they were possessed of very great strength. And they were all skilled in war, and capable of mustering and mastery of energy at will, and they were equal to 1,000 elephants in might, and they resembled the wind in speed. And some of them lived wherever they liked, while others lived in forests. And the adorable Creator of the universe, having ordained all these, instructed Mantihara as to what she would have to do. And Mantihara, quick as thought, understood all his words, and went hither and thither, ever engaged in fomenting quarrels. Yudhishthira said, thou hast described to me in detail the history of the birth of Rama and others. I wish to learn the cause of their exile. Do thou relate why the sons of Dasahatiha, the brothers Rama and Lakshmana, went to the forest with famous prince of Mithila. Markandeya said, the pious king Dasahatiha, ever mindful of the oath and assiduous in religious ceremonies, was greatly pleased when the sons were born, and his sons gradually grew up in might, and they became conversant with the Vedas, together with other mysteries, and with the science of arms. And when, after having gone through the Brahmacharya vows, the prince were married, King Dasahatha became happy and highly pleased, and the intelligent Hama, the eldest of them all, became the favorite of his father, and greatly pleased the people with his charming ways. And the wise king, considering himself old in years, took counsel with his virtuous ministers and spiritual advisor for installing Hama as regent of the kingdom, and all those great ministers were agreed that it was time to do. And King Dasahatha was greatly pleased to behold his son, that enhancer of Kausalya delight, possessed of eyes that were red, and arms that were sinewy. And his steps were like those of a wild elephant, and he had long arms, and high shoulders, and black and cool hair, and he was valiant, and glowing with splendor, and not inferior to Indra himself in battle. And he was well versed in whole Urit, and was equal to Vrihaspati in wisdom, an object of love with all the people. He was skilled in every science, and with senses under complete control. His very enemies were pleased to behold him, and he was terror of the wicked and the protector of the virtuous, and possessed of intelligence and incapable of being baffled. He was victorious over all and never vanquished by any. And beholding his son, that enhancer of Kausalya joy, King Dasahatha became highly pleased, in reflecting on Hama virtues. The powerful and mighty King Shaful addressed the family priest, saying, "Blessed be thou. This night of the Pushya constellation will bring in a very auspicious conjunction. Let, therefore, materials be collected, and let Hama be invited. This Pushya constellation will last till tomorrow, and Hama should be invested by me and my ministers as prince regent of all my subjects." Meanwhile, Mantihara, hearing these words of the king, went to her mistress, and spoke unto her as was suited to the occasion. And she said, "Thy great ill luck hath this day been proclaimed by the king. Mayest thou be bitten by a fierce and enraged snake of virulent poison. Kausalya, indeed, is fortunate, as it is her son that is going to be installed on the throne. Where, indeed, is thy prosperity when thy son obtaineth not the kingdom?" Hearing these words of her maid, the slender waisted and beautiful Kaikei put on all her ornaments, and soaked her husband in a secluded place, and with a joyous heart, and smiling pleasantly, she addressed these words to him with all the blandishment of love. "Thou art always true to thy promises. Thou didst promise before to grant me an object of my desire. Do thou fulfill that promise now, and save thyself from the sin of unredeemed pledge." The king replied, saying, "I will grant thee a boon. Ask thou whatever thou wishest. What man undeserving of death shall be slain today, and who that deserves death is to be set at liberty? Upon whom shall I bestow wealth today, or whose wealth shall be confiscated? Whatever wealth there is in this world, save what belongeth to Brahmanas, is mine. I am the king of kings in this world, and the protector of all the four classes. Tell me quickly what that object is upon which thou hast set thy heart." Hearing these words of the king, and tying him fast to his pledge, and conscious of her power over him, she addressed him in these words: I desire that Bharata be the recipient of that investiture which thou hast designated for Rama, and let Rama go into exile, living in the forest of Dandaka for 14 years, as an ascetic with matted locks on head, and robed in hags and deer skins. Hearing these disagreeable words of cruel import, the king was sorely afflicted and became utterly speechless. The might and virtuous Rama, learning that his father had been thus solicited, went into the forest, that the king's truth might remain inviolate, and he was followed by the auspicious Lakshmana, that foremost of bowmen, and his wife Sita, the prince of Videha and daughter of Janaka. And after Rama had gone into the forest, King Dasahatha took leave of his body, agreeably to the eternal law of time. And knowing that Rama not near, and that the king was dead, Queen Kaikeyi, causing Bharata to be brought before her, addressed him in these words: Dasahatha have gone to heaven, and both Rama and Lakshmana are in the forest. Take thou this kingdom, which is extensive, and whose peace there is no rival to disturb. Thereupon the virtuous Bharata replied unto her, saying: Thou hast done a wicked deed, having slain thy husband, and exterminate this family from lust of wealth alone, heaping infamy on my head. Thou hast attained this thy object. And having said these words, the prince wept aloud, and having proved his innocence before all the subjects of that realm, he set out in the wake of Rama, desiring to bring him back, and placing Kausalya and Sumitra and Kaikeyi in the vehicles at the van of his train, he proceeded with a heavy heart in company with Satrughna, and he was accompanied by Vasistha and Vamadeva and other Brahmanas, by thousands, and by the people of the cities and the provinces, desiring to bring back Rama. And he saw Rama with Lakshmana living on the mountains of Chitrakuta, with bow in hand and decked with the ornaments of ascetics. Bharata was dismissed by Rama, who was determined to act according to the words of his father, and returning, Bharata ruled at Nandigrama, keeping before him his brother wooden sandals. And Rama, fearing a repetition of intrusion by the people of Ayodhya, entered into the great forest towards the asylum of Sarabhihanga, and having paid his respects to Sarabhihanga, he entered the forest of Dandaka, and took up his abode on the banks of beautiful river Godavari. And while living there, Rama was inveigled into hostilities with Kihara, then dwelling in Janastihana on account of Surpanakiha. And for the protection of the ascetics, the virtuous Sion of Hagehu Reis slew 14,000 Hakishasas on earth, and having slain those mighty Hakishasas, Kihara and Dushana, the wise descendant of Hagehu, once more made that sacred forest free from danger. And after these Hakishasas had been slain, Surpanakiha, with mutilated nose and lips, repaired to Lanka, the abode of her brother. And when that Hakishasa woman, senseless with grief and with dry blood stains on her face, appeared before Ravana, she fell down at his feet. And beholding her horribly mutilated, Havana became senseless with wrath, and grinding his teeth, he sprung up from his seat, and dismissing his ministers, he inquired of her in private, saying, Blessed sister, who hath made thee, forgetting and disregarding me? Who is he that having got a sharp-pointed spear hath rubbed his body with it? Who is he that sleepeth in happiness and security, after placing a fire close to his head? Who is he that hath trodden upon a vengeful snake of virulent poison? Who, indeed, is that person who standeth with his hand thrust into the mouth of the maned lion? Then flames of wrath burst forth from his body, like those that are emitted at night from the hollows of a tree on fire. His sister then related unto him the prowess of Hama, and the defeat of the Rakshasas with Kihara and Dushana at their head, informed of the slaughter of his relatives. Havana, impelled by fate, remembered Marikha for slaying Hama, and resolving upon the course he was to follow, and having made arrangements for the government of his capital, he consoled his sister, and set out on an aerial voyage. And crossing the Trikuta and the Kala mountains, he beheld the vast receptacle of deep waters, the abode of the Makaras. Then crossing the ocean, the ten-headed Havana reached Gokarna, the favorite resort of the illustrious god armed with the trident, and there Havana met with his old friend Marikha, who, from fear of Hama himself, had adopted an ascetic mode of life. Beholding Havana come, Marikha received him with a respectful welcome, and offered him fruits and roots. And after Havana had taken his seat, and rested himself a while, Marikha, skilled in speech, sat beside Havana, and addressed him who was himself as eloquent in speech, saying, Thy complexion hath assumed an unnatural hue. Is it all right with thy kingdom? What hath brought thee here? Do thy subjects continue to pay thee the same allegiance that they used to pay thee before? What business hath brought thee here? Know that it is already fulfilled, even if it be very difficult of fulfillment. Havana, whose heart was agitated with wrath and humiliation, informed him briefly of the acts of Hama, and the measures that were to be taken. And on hearing his history, Marikha briefly replied to him, saying, Thou must not provoke Hama, for I know his strength. Is there a person who is capable of withstanding the impetus of his arrows? That great men have been the cause of my assuming my present ascetic life. What evil-minded creature hath put thee up to this course calculated to bring ruin and destruction on thee? To this Havana indignantly replied, reapproaching him thus, If thou dost not obey my orders, thou shalt surely die at my hands. Marikha then talked within himself, When death is inevitable, I shall do his bidding, for it is better to die at the hands of one that is superior. Then he replied to the lord of the Rakshasas, saying, I shall surely render thee whatever help I can. Then the ten-headed Havana said unto him, Go and tempt Sita, assuming the shape of a deer with golden horns and a golden skin. When Sita will observe thee thus, she will surely send away Hama to hunt thee, and then Sita will surely come within my power, and I shall forcibly carry her away, and then that wicked Hama will surely die of grief at the loss of his wife. Do thou help me in this way. Thus addressed, Marikha performed his obsequies, and with a sorrowful heart followed Havana, who was in advance of him, and having reached the hermitage of Hama of difficult achievements, they both did as arranged beforehand, and Havana appeared in the guise of an ascetic with head shaven, and adorned with a kamundala and a trimmed staff, and Marika appeared in the shape of a deer, and Marika appeared before the prince of Videha in that guise, and impelled by fate, she sent away Hama after that deer, and Hama, with the object of pleasing her, quickly took up his bow, and leaving Lakismana behind to protect her, went in pursuit of that deer. And armed with his bow and quiver and scimitar, and his fingers encased in gloves of guana skin, Hama went in pursuit of that deer, after the manner of Hodra, following the stellar deer, in days of yore. And that Hakishasa enticed away Hama to a great distance by appearing before him at one time and disappearing from his view at another. And when Hama at last knew who and what that deer was, that he was a Hakishasa, that illustrious descendant of Hagi who haste, took out an infallible arrow and slew that Hakishasa in the disguise of a deer, and struck with Hama arrow the Hakishasa, imitating Hama voice, cried out in great distress, calling upon Sita and Lakismana. And when the prince of Videha heard that cry of distress, she urged Lakismana to run towards the quarter from whence the cry came. Then Lakismana said to her, "Timid lady, thou hast no cause of fear, who is powerful as to be able to smite Hama. In a moment thou wilt behold thy husband Hama." Thus addressed, the chaste Sita, from that timidity which is natural to woman, became suspicious of even the poor Lakismana, and began to weep aloud, and that chaste lady, devoted to her husband, harshly reproved Lakismana, saying, "The object which thou cherishest in thy heart shall never be fulfilled. I would rather kill myself with a weapon, or throw myself from the top of a hill, or enter into a blazing fire, than live with a sorry wretch like thee, forsaking my husband Hama like a tigress under the protection of a jackal." When the good-natured Lakismana, who was very fond of his brother, heard these words, he shut his ears, and set out on the track that Rama had taken. And Lakismana set out without casting a single glance on that lady, with lips soft and head like the bimba fruit. Meanwhile, the Hakishasa Havana, wearing a gentle guise, talked, wicked at heart, and like unto fire enveloped in a heap of ashes, showed himself there. And he appeared there in the disguise of a hermit, for forcibly carrying away that lady of blameless character. The virtuous doctor of Janaka, seeing him come, welcomed him with fruits and root and assayed. Disregarding this and assuming his own proper shape, that bull among Hakishasas began to reassure the prince of Videha in these words: "I am the king of the Hakishasas, known by the name of Havana. My delightful city, known by the name of Lanka, is on the other side of the great ocean. There, among beautiful women, thou wilt shine with me. Forsaking the ascetic Hama, do thou become my wife." Janaka, doctor of beautiful lips, hearing these and other words in the same strain, shut her ears and replied unto him, saying, "Do not say so. The vault of heaven with all its stars may fall down, the earth itself may be broken into fragments, fire itself may change its nature by becoming cool, yet I cannot forsake the descendant of Hagihu. How can a she-elephant who hath lived with my leader of heart, with hand temples, forsake him and live with a hog?" Having once tasted the sweet wine prepared from honey or flowers, how can a woman offense release the wretched arrack from rice? Having uttered those words, she entered the cottage, her lips trembling in wrath, and her arms moving to and fro in emotion. Havana, however, followed her thither and intercepted her further progress, and rudely scolded by the Hakishasa. She swooned away. Havana seized her by the hair of her head and rose up into the air. Then Hug Votary of the name of Jatayu, living on a mountain peak, beheld that helpless lady, thus weeping and calling upon Hama in great distress, while being carried away by Havana. That heroic king of the Votaries, Jatayu, having sympathy for his uterine brother, and Arjuna himself for his father, was a friend of Dasahatiha, and beholding his daughter-in-law Sita on the lap of Havana, that hanger of the skies, hushed in wrath against the king of the Hakishasas, and the votary addressed Havana, saying, "Leave the prince of Mitihila, leave her, I say. How canst thou have her when I am alive? If thou dost not release my daughter-in-law, thou shalt not escape from me with life." And having said these words, Jatayu began to tear the king of the Hakishasas with his talons, and he mangled him in 100 different parts of his body by striking him with his wings and beaks, and blood began to flow as copiously from Havana body as water from a mountain spring, and attacked thus by that votary desirous of Hama good, Havana, taking up a sword, cut off the 2 wings of that bird, and having slain that king of the votaries, hug as a mountain peak, shooting forth above the clouds, the Hakishasa rose high in the air with Sita on his lap. And the prince of Videha, wherever she saw an asylum of ascetics, a lake, a river, or a tank, threw down an ornament of hers, and beholding on the top of a mountain 5 foremost of monkeys, that intelligent lady threw down amongst them a broad piece of her costly attire, and that beautiful and yellow piece of cloth fell fluttering through the air amongst those 5 foremost of monkeys, like lightning from the clouds, and that Hakishasa soon passed a great way through the firmament like a bird through the air, and soon the Hakishasa beheld his delightful and charming seat of many gates, surrounded on all sides by high walls, and built by Visvakrit himself. And the king of the Hakishasa then entered his own seat, known by the name of Lanka, accompanied by Sita. And while Sita was being carried away, the intelligent Hama, having slain the great deer, he traced his steps, and saw his brother Lakismana, and beholding his brother Hama, he proved him, saying, "How canst thou come hither, leaving the prince of Videha in a forest that is haunted by the Hakishasa?" And reflecting on his own antecedent to a great distance, but that Hakishasa in the guise of a deer, and on the arrival of his brother, Hama was filled with agony, and quickly advancing towards Lakismana, while reproving him still, Hama asked him, "Is the prince of Videha still alive? I fear she is no more." Then Lakismana told him everything about what Sita had said, especially that unbecoming language of hers. Subsequently, with a burning heart, Hama then ran towards the asylum, and on the way he beheld a votary, hug as a mountain, lying in agonies of death, and suspecting him to be a Hakishasa, the descendant of the Kakutistiha, haste, along with Lakismana, rushed towards him, drawing with great force his bow to a circle. The mighty votary, addressing them both, said, "Blessed be ye, I am the king of the votaries, and friend of Dasahatiha. Hearing these words of his, both Hama and his brother put aside their excellent bow and said, "Who is this one that speaketh the name of our father in these woods?" And then they saw that creature to be a bird destitute of two wings, and that bird then told them of his own overthrow at the hands of Havana for the sake of Sita. Then Hama inquired of the votary as to the way Havana had taken. The votary answered him by a nod of his head, and then breathed his last. And having understood from the sign the votary had made that Havana had gone towards the south, Hama, reverencing his father friend, caused his funeral obsequies to be duly performed. Then those chastiser of foes, Hama and Lakismana, filled with grief at the abduction of the prince of Videha, took a southern path through the Dandaka woods, beholding along their way men uninhabited asylums of ascetics, scattered over with seeds of kusa grass and umbrellas of leaves and broken water pots, and abounding with hundreds of jackals. And in that great forest, Hama, along with Sumitra's son, beheld many herds of deer running in all directions, and they heard a loud uproar of various creatures, like what is heard during a fast spreading forest conflagration. And soon they beheld a headless Hakishasa of terrible mien, and that Hakishasa was dark as the clouds and hug as a mountain, with shoulders broad as those of a sala tree, and with arms that were gigantic. And he had a pair of large eyes on his breast, and the opening of his mouth was placed on his capacious belly. And that Hakishasa seized Lakismana by the hand without any difficulty. And seized by the Hakishasa, the son of Sumitra, became utterly confounded and helpless, and casting his glances on Hama, that headless Hakishasa began to draw Lakismana towards that part of his body where his mouth was, and Lakismana, in grief, addressed Hama, saying, "Behold my plight, the loss of thy kingdom, and then the death of our father, and then the abduction of Sita, and finally this disaster that hath overwhelmed me. Alas, I shall not behold thee return with the prince of Videha to Kosala, and seated on thy ancestral throne as the ruler of the entire earth. The one that are fortunate will behold thy face, like unto the moon emerged from the clouds, after thy coronation, bath in water sanctified with kusa grass and freed paddy and black peas." And the intelligent Lakismana uttered those and other lamentations in the same strain. The illustrious descendant of Kakutistiha, haste undaunted amid danger, replied unto Lakismana, saying, "Do not give way to grief. What is this thing when I am here? Cut thou off his right arm, and I shall cut off his left." And while Hama was still speaking, the left arm of the monster was severed by him, cut off with a sharp scimitar, as if, indeed, that arm were a stalk of the tiller corn. The mighty son of Sumitra, then beholding his brother standing before him, struck off with his sword the right arm of that Hakishasa. And Lakismana began to repeatedly strike Hakishasa under the ribs, and then that hug headless monster fell upon the ground and expired quickly. And then there came out of the Hakishasa body a person of celestial make, and he showed himself to the brothers, staying for a moment in the skies, like the sun in his effulgence in the firmament. And Hama, skilled in speech, asked him, saying, "Who art thou, answer me who inquired of thee. Whence could such a thing happen? All this seems to me to be exceedingly wonderful. Thus addressed Bahama, that being replied unto him, saying, I am a Gandharva of the name of Visvavasu. It was through the course of a Brahmana that I had to assume the form and nature of Hakisha. As to thyself, Sita, have been carried away with violence by King Ravana, who dwelleth in Lanka. Repair thou unto Sugriva, who will give thee his friendship. There, near Nog, to the peak of Hizhiamuka, is the lake known by the name of Pampa, of sacred water, and cranes. There dwelleth with four of his counsellors, Sugriva, the brother of the monkey king, Vali, decked with a garland of gold. Repairing unto him in form of thy cause of sorrow, implied very much like thy own, he will render thee assistance. This is all that we can say. Thou wilt, without doubt, see the doctor of Janaka. Without doubt, Havana and others are known to the king of the monkeys. Having said these words, that celestial being of great effulgence made himself invisible, and those heroes, both Hama and Lakismana, wondered much. Afflicted with grief at the abduction of Sita, Hama had not to go much further before he came upon Pampa, that lake which abounded with lotuses of various kinds, and fanned by the cool, delicious, and fragrant breezes in those woods. Hama suddenly remembered his dear spouse, and, thinking of that dear wife of his, and afflicted at the thought of his separation from her, Hama gave way to lamentations. The son of Sumitra then addressed him, saying, Despondence such as this should not be suffered to approach thee, like illness that can never touch an old man leading a regular life. Thou hast obtained information of Havana and of the prince of Videha. Liberate her now with exertion and intelligence. Let us now approach Sugriva, that foremost of monkeys, who is even now on the mountain top. Console thyself, when I, thy disciple and the slave and I am near. And addressed by Lakismana in these and other words of the same import, Hama regained his own nature and attended to the business before him. And bathing in the waters of Pampa, and offering oblations therewith unto their ancestors, both those heroic brothers, Hama and Lakismana, set out, and arriving at his Himuka, which abounded with fruits and roots and trees, those heroes beheld 5 monkeys on the top of the mountain peak, and seeing them approach, Sugriva sent his counselor, the intelligent Hanuma, hug as the Himavat mountains, to receive them, and the brothers, having first exchanged words with Hanuma, approached Sugriva, and then Hama made friends with Sugriva. And when Hama informed Sugriva of the object he had in view, Sugriva showed him the piece of cloth that Sita had dropped among the monkeys, while being carried away by Havana, and having obtained from him those credentials, Hama himself installed Sugriva, that foremost of monkeys, in sovereignty of all the monkeys of earth, and Hama pledged himself to slay Vali in battle, and having come to that understanding, and placing the fullest confidence in each other, they are repaired to Kiskindihia, desirous of battle, and arriving at Kiskindihia, Sugriva sent forth a loud roar, deep as that of a cataract. Unable to bear the challenge, Vali was for coming out. Tara stood in way, saying, himself ended with great strength, the way in which Sugriva is holding showeth when that he hath found assistance. It behoveth thee not to go out. Thus addressed by her, that king of the monkeys, the eloquent valley, decked in a golden garland, replied unto Tara, of face beautiful as the moon, saying, thou understandest the voice of every creature. Tell me after reflection whose help it is that this brother, in name only of mine, hath obtained. Thus addressed by him, Tara, endowed with wisdom and possessed of the effulgence of the moon, answered her lord after a moment's reflection, saying, that foremost of bowmen, endowed with great might, Hama, the son of Dasahatha, whose spouse hath been ravished, hath made an alliance offensive and defensive with Sugriva, and his brother, the intelligent Lakshmana of might arms, the unvanquished son of Sumitra, standeth beside him for the success of Sugriva object. And Mainda, and Divivida, and Hanuma, the son of Pavana, and Jambuman, the king of the beasts, are beside Sugriva as his counselors. All these illustrious ones are endowed with great strength and intelligence. And these all, depending upon the might and energy of Hama, are prepared for thy destruction. Hearing these words of hers that were for his benefit, the king of the monkeys disregarded them altogether, and filled with jealousy, he suspected her to have set her heart on Sugriva, and addressing Tara in harsh words, he went out of his cave, and coming before Sugriva, who was staying by the side of the mountains of Maliavat, he spoke unto him thus, frequently vanquished before by me, found as thou art of life, thou art allowed by me to escape with life, owing to thy relationship with me. What hath made thee wish for death so soon? Thus addressed by Vali, Sugriva, that slayer of foes, as if addressing Hama himself, for informing him of what had happened, replied unto his brother in these words of grave import. Hobbled by thee of my wife and my kingdom, what need have I of life? Know that it is for this that I have come. Then addressing each other in these and other words of the same import, Vali and Sugriva rushed to the encounter, fighting with Sala and Tala trees and stones, and they struck each other down on the earth, and leaping high into the air, they struck each other with their fists, and mangled by each other nail and teeth. Both of them were covered with blood, and the two heroes shone on that account like a pair of blossoming king's hookahs. And as they fought with each other, no difference could be observed to distinguish them. Then Hanuman placed on Sugriva's neck a garland of flowers, and that hero thereupon shone with that garland on his neck, like the beautiful and huge peak of Malia, with its crowned belt. And Hama, recognizing Sugriva by that sign, then drew his foremost of hug bows, aiming at Vali as his mark, and the twang of Hama bow resembled the roar of an engine, and Vali, fixed in the heart by that arrow, trembled in fear, and Vali, his heart having been pierced through, began to vomit forth blood. And he then beheld standing before him Hama, with Sumitra's son by his side, and reproving that descendant of Kakutistiha haze. Vali fell down on the ground and became senseless. And Tara then beheld that Lord of hers, possessed of the effusions of the moon, lying prostrate on the bare earth. And after Vali had been thus slain, Sugriva gained possession of Kiskindihir, and along with it of the widowed Tara, of face beautiful as the moon, and the intelligent Hama dwelt on the beautiful breast of the Maliavat hill for 4 months, duly worshipped by Sugriva all the while. Meanwhile, Havana, excited by lust, having reached his seat of Lanka, placed Sita in an abode, resembling Nandana itself, within a forest of Asokas, that looked like an asylum of ascetics, and the large-eyed Sita passed her days there in distress, living on fruits and roots, practicing ascetic austerities with fasts, attired in ascetic garb, and waning day by day, thinking of her absent lord, and the king of the Hakishasas appointed many Hakishasa women armed with bearded darts and swords and lances and battle axes and maces and flaming brands for guarding her, and some of these had 2 eyes, and some 3, and some had eyes on their foreheads, and some had long tongues, and some had none, and some had 3 breasts, and some had on leg, and some had 3 matted braids on their heads, and some had on eye, and these, and others of blazing eyes, and hair stiff as the camels, stood beside Sita, surrounding her day and night, most watchfully. And those Visakha, woman of frightful voice and terrible aspect, always addressed that large-eyed lady in the harshest tones, and they said, "Let us eat her up, let us mangle her, let us tear her into pieces, her, that is, that dwelleth here, disregarding our Lord, and filled with grief at the separation from her Lord." Sita drew a deep sigh and answered those Hakishasa women, saying, "Reverend ladies, eat me up without delay. I have no desire to live without that husband of mine, of eyes like lotus leaves, and locks wavy and blue in hue. Truly, I will, without food and without the least love of life, emaciate my limbs, like a she-snake within a tala tree. Know this for certain, that I will never seek the protection of any other person than the descendant of Hagihu, and knowing this, do what ye think fit." And hearing these words of hers, those Hakishasas with dissonant voice went to the king of the Hakishasas, for representing unto him all she had said. And when those Hakishasas had gone away, one of their number, known by the name of Trijata, who was virtuous and agreeably in speech, began to console the prince of Videha, and she said, "Listen, I will tell thee something. Believe in what I say. Cast off thy fears and listen to what I say. There is an intelligent and old chief of the Hakishasas, known by the name of Avindihir. He always seeketh Hama good, and hath told me these words for thy sake. Reassuring and cheering her, tell Sita in my name, saying, Thy husband, the mighty Hama, is well and is waited upon by Lakismana, and the blessed descendant of Hagihu hath already made friends with Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, and is ready to act for thee. And entertain thou no fear on account of Havana, who is censured by the whole world. Thou art safe from him on account of Nalakuvera curse. Indeed, this wretch had been cursed before for his having violated his daughter-in-law, Hambiha. This lustful wretch is not able to violate any woman by force. Thy husband will soon come, protected by Sugriva and with the intelligent son of Sumitra in his train, and will soon take thee away hence. I have had a most terrible dream of evil omen, indicating the destruction of this wicked-minded wretch of Pulastia Hayes. This night wanderer of mean deeds is indeed most wicked and cruel. He inspireth terror in all by the defects of his nature and the wickedness of his conduct, and deprived of his senses by fate, he challengeth the very gods. In my vision I have seen every indication of his downfall. I have seen the ten-headed with his crown shaven and body besmeared with oil, sunk in mire, and the next moment dancing on a chariot drawn by mules. I have seen Kumbiha Karna and others, perfectly naked and with crowns shaven, decked with head wreaths and unguents, and running towards the southern direction. Maybe his Hannah alone, with umbrella over his head, and graced with a turban, and with body decked with white wreaths and unguents. I beheld ascending the summit of the white hill, and I saw four of his consulos, decked with white wreaths and unguents, ascending the summit of that hill along with him. All these bodeth death. These alone will be saved from the impending terror. The whole earth with its oceans and seas will be enveloped with hammer arrows. Thy husband will fill the whole earth with his fame. I saw Laki's manna consuming all directions, and ascending on a heap of bones, and drinking thereon honey and rice boiled in milk. And thou hast been beheld by me running towards an northerly direction, weeping and covered with blood and protected by a tiger. And soon wilt thou find happiness, being united with thy Lord, that descendant of Hagihu, accompanied by his brother. Hearing these words of Trijata, that girl with eyes like those of a young gazelle once more began to entertain hopes of a union with her lord, and when at last those fierce and cruel Pisakha guards came back, they saw her sitting with Trijata as before. And while the chaste Sita was dwelling there, afflicted with melancholy and grief on account of her lord, attired in mean garb, with but a single Jew, and incessantly weeping, seated on a stone, and waited upon by Hakishasa, woman, Havana, afflicted by the shafts of the god of desire, came to her and approached her presence, and inflamed by desire, that conqueror in battle of the gods, the Danavas, the Gandhiharvas, the Yakishas, and the Kimpuruzhas, attired in celestial robes, and possessing handsome features, decked with jeweled ear-rings, and wearing a beautiful garland and crown, entered the Asoka woods, like an embodiment of the vernal season, and rested with care. Havana looked like the kalpa tree in Indra garden, tall, adorned with every embellishment that inspired her, on with away, like a beautified banyan in the midst of a cemetery. And that night wanderer, having approached the presence of that slender-waisted lady, looked like the planet Saturn in the presence of Hohini, and is smitten with the shafts of the god of the flowery emblem. He accosted that fair-hipped lady, then affrighted like a helpless doe, and told her these words: Thou hast shown thy regard for thy Lord too much. Be merciful unto me, let thy person be embellished now. accept me as thy Lord. And attired in costly robes and ornaments, take thou the first place among all the women of my household. Many are the daughters of the Celestials, and also the Gandharvas that I possess. I am lord of many Danava and Daitya ladies, 140 millions of Visakhas, twice as many men eating Hakishasa of terrible deed, and thrice as many Yakisha do my bidding. Some of these are under the sway of my brother, who is the Lord of our treasuries. In my drinking hall, Gandharvas and Apsaras wait on me as they do on my brother. I am, again, the son of that degenerate rich, Vishavas, himself of high ascetic merit. I am hallowed again as the fifth regent of the universe, and of food and edibles and drinks of the very best kinds. I have as much as the Lord himself of the celestials. Let all thy troubles consequent on a life in the woods cease. Be my queen, as Mandodari herself, thus addressed by him, the beautiful prince of Videha, turning away, and regarding him as something less than a straw, replied unto that wanderer of the night. And at that time the prince of Videha, that girl of beautiful hips, had her deep and compact bosom copiously drenched by her inauspicious tears, shed ceaselessly, and she who regarded her husband as her god answered that mean wretch, saying, by sheer ill luck it is that I am obliged to hear such words of grievous import spoken by thee. Blessed be thou. Let thy heart be withdrawn from me. I am the wife of another, ever devoted to my husband, and therefore incapable of being possessed by thee. A helpless human being that I am, I cannot be a fit wife for thee. What joy can be thine by using violence towards an unwilling woman? Thy father is a wise Brahmana, born of Brahma, and equal unto that Lord himself of the creation. Why dost thou not, thyself being equal to a regent of the universe, observe virtue, disgracing thy brother, that king of the Yakishas, that adorable one who is the friend of Maheshvara himself, that lord of treasuries? How is it that thou feelest no shame? Having said these words, Sita began to weep, her bosom shivering in agitation, and covering her neck and face with her garments, and the long and well-knit braid, black and glossy, falling from the head of the weeping lady, looked like a black snake. And hearing these cruel words uttered by Sita, the foolish Ravana, although thus rejected, addressed Sita once more, saying, let the god having the Makara for his emblem burn me sorely. I will, on no account, approach thee, as thou art unwilling. What can I do to thee that still feelest a regard for Rama, who is on a human being, and or food? Having said those words unto that lady of faultless features, the king of the Hakishasa made himself invisible then and there, and went away to the place he liked. And Sita, surrounded by those Hakishasa women, and treated with tenderness by Trijata, continued to dwell there in grief. Meanwhile, the illustrious descendant of Hagihu, along with his brother, hospitably treated by Sugriva, continued to dwell on the breast of the Maliavat hill, beholding every day the clear blue sky, and on night, while gazing from the mountain top on the bright moon in the cloudless sky, surrounded by planets and stars and stellar bodies, that slayer of force was suddenly awakened by the cold breeze fragrant with the perfumes of the lily, lotus, and other flowers of the same species. And virtuous Rama, dejected in spirits at the thought of Sita captivity, in the abode of the Rakshasa, addressed the heroic Lakshmana in the morning, saying, "Go, Lakshmana, and seek in Kiskindhiya that ungrateful king of the monkeys, who understands well his own interest, and is even now indulging in dissipations, that foolish wretch of his haste, whom I have installed on a throne, and to whom are apes and monkeys and bears owe allegiance, that fellow for whose sake Vali was slain by me with thy help in the wood of Kiskindhiya. I regard that worst of monkeys on earth to be highly ungrateful, for that wretch hath now forgotten me who am sunk in such distress. I think he is unwilling to fulfill his pledge, disregarding from dullness of understanding on who hath done him such services. If thou findest him lukewarm and rolling in sensual joys, thou must then send him by the path thou hast been made to follow, to the common goal of all creatures. If, on the other hand, thou seest that foremost of monkeys delight in our cause, then shouldst thou bring him hither with thee. Be quick and delay not." Thus addressed by his brother, Lakshmana, ever attentive to the behests and welfare of his superiors, set out taking with him his handsome bow with string and arrows, and reaching the gates of Kiskindhiya, he entered the seat unchallenged, and knowing him to be angry, the monkey king advanced to receive him, and with his wife Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, with a humble heart, joyful received him with due honors. And the dauntless son of Sumitra then told him what Rama had said. And having heard everything in detail, Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, with his wife and servants, joined his hands, and cheerful said unto Lakshmana, that elephant among men, these words: "I am neither wicked, nor ungrateful, nor destitute of virtue. Hear what efforts I have made for finding out Sita's place of captivity. I have dispatched diligent monkeys in all directions. All of them have stipulated to return within a month. They will search the whole earth with her forests and hills and seas, her villages and towns and cities and means. On 5 nights are waiting to complete that month, and then thou wilt, with Rama, hear tidings of great joy." Thus addressed by that intelligent king of the monkeys, the high-souled Lakshmana became appeased, and he in his turn worshipped Sugriva, and accompanied by Sugriva, he returned to Rama on the breast of the Malayavat hill, and approaching him, Lakshmana informed him to the beginning already made in respect of his undertaking. And soon thousands of monkey chiefs began to return, after having carefully searched the 3 quarters of the earth, the north, the east, and the west. They that had gone towards the south did not make their appearance. And they that came back represented to Hama, saying that although they had succeeded the whole earth with her belt of seers, yet they could not find either the prince of Videha or Havana, that descendant of Kakutistiha Hayes, afflicted at heart, managed to live yet, resting his hopes on the great monkeys that had gone towards the south. After the lapse of 2 months, several monkeys seeking with haste the presence of Sugriva addressed him saying, that foremost of monkeys, the son of Pavana, as also Angada, the son of Vali, and the other great monkeys, whom thou hast dispatched to search the southern region, have come back and are pillaging that great and excellent orchard called Madhuvana, which was always guarded by Vali, and which have been well guarded by thee after him. Hearing of this act of liberty on their part, Sugriva inferred the success of their mission, for it is on servants that have been crowned with success that can act in this way, and that intelligent and foremost of monkeys communicated his suspicions to Hama, and Hama from this guessed that the prince of Mitihila had been seen. Then Hanuma and the other monkeys, having refreshed themselves thus, came towards their king, who was then staying with Hama in Lakismana, and observing the gait of Hanuma and the color of his face, Hama was confirmed in the belief that Hanuma had really seen Sita. Then those successful monkeys, with Hanuma at their head, duel bowed unto Hama and Lakismana and Sugriva, and Hama, then taking up his bow and quiver, addressed those monkeys, saying, have you been successful? Will ye impart life unto me? Will ye once more enable me to regain in Ayodhya after having slain my enemy in battle and rescued the daughter of Janaka with the prince of Videha and rescued and the four unslain in battle? I dare not leave, hobbybed of wife and honor. Thus addressed by Hama, the son of Pavana, replied unto him, saying, I bring thee good news, for Janaka doctor hath been seen by me, having searched the southern region with all its hills, forests, and means for some time. We became very weary. At length we beheld a great cavern, and having beheld it, we entered that cavern, which extended over many yojanas. It was dark and deep, and overgrown with trees, and infested by worms. And having gone a great way through it, we came upon sunshine, and beheld a beautiful palace. It was the abode of the deity Maya, and there we beheld a female ascetic named Prabhavati, engaged in ascetic austerities, and she gave us food and drink of various kinds. And having refreshed ourselves therewith, and regained our strength, we proceeded along the way shown by her. At last we came out of the cavern, and beheld the Brim Sea, and on its shores the Sahia, the Malaya, and the great Dardura mountains. And ascending the mountains of Malaya, we beheld before us the vast ocean, and beholding it, we felt sorely grieved in mind, and dejected in spirits, and afflicted with pain, and famishing with hunger. We despaired of returning with our lives, casting our eyes on the great ocean, extending over many hundreds of yojanas, and abounding in whales and alligators and other aquatic animals. We became anxious and filled with grief. We then sat together, resolved to die there of starvation. And in course of conversation, we happened to talk of the Valtteri Jatayu. Just then we saw a bird hug as a mountain, of frightful form, and spilling terror into every heart, like a second son of Vinata, and coming upon us unawares for devouring us, he said, "Who are ye that are speaking thus of my brother Jatayu? I am his elder brother, by name Sanpati, and I am the king of birds. Once upon a time, we two, with the desire of outstripping each other, flew towards the sun. My wings got burnt, those of Jatayu were not. That was the last time I saw my beloved brother Jatayu, the king of vultures. My wings burnt. I fell down upon the top of this great mountain, where I still am. When he finished speaking, we informed him of the death of his brother in a few words, and also of this calamity that hath befallen thee. And the powerful Sanpati, hearing this unpleasant news from us, was greatly afflicted, and again inquired of us, saying, "Who is this Rama, and why was Sita carried off, and how was Jatayu slain? Ye foremost of monkeys, I wish to hear everything in detail." When then informed him of everything about this calamity of thine, and of the reason of our vow of starvation, that king of birds then urged us by these words of his, "Havana is indeed known to me. Lanka is his capital. I beheld it on the other side of the sea in a valley of the Trikuta hills. Sita must be there. I have little doubt of this." Hearing these words of his, we rose up quickly and began to take counsel of one another for crossing the ocean. And when none dared to cross it, I, having recourse to my father, crossed the great ocean, which is 100 yojanas in width. And having slain the Rakshasas on the waters, I saw the chaste Sita within Havana harem, observing ascetic austerities, eager to behold her lord, with matted locks on head, and body besmeared with filth, and lean, and melancholy, and helpless, recognizing her as Sita by those unusual signs, and approaching that worshipful lady while alone, I said, "I am an emissary of Hama, and monkey begotten by Pavana. Desirous of having a sight of thee, hither have I come traveling through the skies, protected by Sugriva, that monarch of all the monkeys. The royal brothers Hama and Lakshmana are in peace, and Hama with Sumitra's son have inquired of thy welfare, and Sugriva, on account of his friendship, inquireth of thy welfare. Followed by all the monkeys, thy husband will soon be here. Confide in me. I am a monkey, and not a Rakshasa." Thus addressed by me, Sita seemed to meditate for a moment, and then replied to me, saying, "From the words of Avindihiya, I know that thou art Hanuma." Avindihiya is an old and respected Rakshasa. He told me that Sugriva is surrounded by counselors like thee. Thou mayest depart now. And with these words she gave me this jewel as a credential, and indeed it was by means of this jewel that the faultless Sita had been able to support her existence. And the doctor of Janaka further told me as a token from her that Badi, a blade of grass, had once been shot at a crow while ye were on the breast of the mighty hill known by the name of Hitrakuta. And this she said as evidence of my having met her and hers being real the prince of Videha. I then caused myself to be seized by Havana soldiers, and then set fire to the seat of Lanka. It was on the breast of that very hill where Hama was seated with those foremost of monkeys, that great monkey chiefs at the command of Sugriva began to flock together. The father-in-law of Vali, the illustrious Sushena, accompanied by 1,000 crowheads of active apes, came to Hama, and those two foremost of monkeys, and with might energy, Gaia and Gavakis here, each accompanied by 100 crowheads of monkeys, showed themselves there. And Gavakis here, of terrible mien, and with bovine tail, showed himself there, having collected 60,000 crowheads of monkeys, and the renowned Gandhihamadana, dwelling on the mountains of the same name, collected 100,000 crowheads of monkeys, and the intelligent and mighty monkey, known by the name of Panasa, mustered together 52 crowheads of monkeys, and that foremost and illustrious of monkeys, named Dadihi Mukiha, of might energy, mustered a large arm of monkeys, was a set of terrible prowess. And Jambuva showed himself there with 100,000 crowheads of black beards, of terrible deeds, and faces having the Tilaka mark, and these and many other chiefs of monkey chiefs, countless in number, came there for aiding Hama cows, and ended with bodies huge as mountain peaks, and roaring like lions. Loud was the uproar that was heard there, made by those monkeys running hastilessly from place to place, and some of them looked like mountain peaks, and some looked like buffaloes, and some were of the hue of autumnal clowns, and the faces of some were red as vermilion, and some rose high, and some fell down, and some cut capers, and some scattered the dust, as they mustered together from various directions. And that monkey arm, vast as the sea at full tide, encamped there at Sugriva bidding. And after those foremost of monkeys had mustered from every direction, the illustrious descendant of Hagehu, with Sugriva by his side, set out in an auspicious moment of a very fair day under a look constellation, accompanied by that host arrayed in order of battle, as if for the purpose of destroying all the worlds. And Hanuman, the son of the wind god, was in the van of that host, while the hero was protected by the fearless son of Sumitra, and surrounded by the monkey chiefs, those princes of Hagehu house, with fingers cast in guana skin, shone as they went, like the sun and the moon in the midst of the planets. And that monkey host, armed with stones, and sala and tala trees, looked very much like a far-extending field of corn under the morning sun. And that mighty arm, protected by Nala and Nila and Angada and Karatiha and Mainda and Divivida, marched forth for achieving the purpose of Hagihava, and encamping successively without interruption of any kind on weed and health tracts and valleys abounding with fruits and roots and water and honey and meat. The monkey host at last reached the shores of the Brim Sea, and like unto a second ocean that might arm with its countless colors, having reached the shores of sea, took up its abode there. Then the illustrious son of Dasahatiha, addressing Sugriva amongst all those foremost monkeys, spoke unto him these words that were suited to the occasion. This arm is large, the ocean is difficult to cross. What contrivance, therefore, commands itself to thee for crossing the ocean? At these words, men vainglorious monkeys answered, We are full able to cross the sea. This answer, however, was not of much use, as all could not avail of that means. Some of the monkeys proposed to cross the sea in boats, and some in rafts of various kinds. Rama, however, conciliating them all said, This cannot be. The sea here is 400 yojanas in width. All the monkeys, ye heroes, will not be able to cross it. This proposal, therefore, that ye have made is not consonant to reason. Besides, we have not the number of boats necessary for carrying all our troops. How, again, can one like us raise such obstacles in the way of the merchants? Our arm is very large. Therefore, we will make a great havoc if a hole is detected. Therefore, to cross the sea in boats and rafts doth not recommend itself to me. I will pray to the ocean for the necessary means. Foregoing food, I will lie down on the shore. He will certainly show himself to me. If he doth not show himself, I will chastise him then by means of my great weapons, that are more blazing than fire itself, and are incapable of being baffled. Having said these words, both Hama and Lakismana touched water, and do lay themselves down on the bed of Kusa grass on the sea shore. The divine and illustrious ocean, then, that lord of male and female heavers, surrounded by aquatic animals, appeared unto Hama in a vision. And addressing Hama in sweet accents, the genius of the ocean, surrounded by countless means of gems, said, Tell me what aid I am to handle thee. I have sprung from the race of Ikizhaku, and am a relative of thine. Hama replied unto him, saying, Male and female, I desire thee to grant me a way for my troops, passing along which I may slay the ten-headed that wretch of Pulastia haste. If thou dost not grant the way, I beg of thee, I will then dry thee up by means of my celestial arrows, inspired with mantras. And hearing these words of Hama, the genius of Varuna abode, joining his hands, answered in great affliction, I do not desire to put an obstacle in thy way. I am no foe of thine. Listen to these words, and having listened, do what is proper. If at thy command I get away for the passage of thy arm, others then, from the strength of their bows, will command me to do the same. In thy arm there is a monkey, of the name of Nala, who is a skillful mechanic, and endowed with great strength. Nala is the son of Tastri, the divine artificer of the universe. And whether it is wood, or grass, or stone, that he will throw into my waters, I will support the same on my surface, and thus wilt thou have a bridge. And having said these words, the genius of the ocean disappeared, and Hama, awaking, called Nala unto him and said, Build thou a bridge over the sea. Thou alone, I am sure, art able to do it. And it was by these means that the descendant of Kakutistiha haste caused a bridge to be built that was 10 yojanas in width and 100 yojanas in length. And to this day, that bridge is celebrated over all the world by the name of Nala Bridge. And having completed that bridge, Nala, of Bodhug as a hero, came away at the command of Hama. And while Hama was on the side of the ocean, the virtuous Vibhishana, the brother of the king of the Rakshasas, accompanied by 4 of his counselors, came unto Hama, and the high-souled Hama received him with due welcome. Sugriva, however, feared, thinking he might be a spy. The son of Hagihu, meanwhile, perfectly satisfied in consequence of the sincerity of his exertions and the many indications of his good conduct, worshipped him with respect, and he installed Vibhishana in the sovereignty of all the Rakshasas and made him his own junior counselor and a friend of Lakshmana. And it was under Vibhishana guidance that Hama, with all his troops, crossed the great ocean by means of that bridge in course of a month. And having crossed the ocean and arrived at Lanka, Hama caused its extensive and numerous gardens to be devastated by his monkeys. And while Hama troops were there, 2 of Havana counselors and officers named Suka and Sarana, who had come as spies, having assumed the shape of monkeys, were seized by Vibhishana. And when those wanderers of the night assumed their real Rakshasa forms, Hama showed them his troop and dismissed them quietly. And having quartered his troops in those woods that skirted the city, Hama then sent the monkey Angada with great wisdom as his envoy to Havana. Having quartered his army in those groves, abounding with food and water, and with fruits and roots, the descendant of Kakutistiha began to watch over them with care. Havana, on the other hand, planted in his seat many appliances constructed according to the rules of military science, and his seat, natural, impregnably on account of its strong ramparts and gateways, had 7 trenches that were deep and full of water to the brim, and that abounded with fishes and sharks and alligators, made more impregnably still by means of pointed stakes of Kihadira wood. And the ramparts, reappeared with stones, were made impregnably by means of catapults, and the warriors were armed with earthen pots filled with venomous snakes, and with resinous pounders of many kinds, and they were armed with clubs, and firebrands, and arrows, and lances, and swords, and battle axes, and they had satagines, and stout maces, steeped in wax, and at all the gates of the city were planted movably and immovably encampments, manned by large numbers of infantry, supported by countless elephants and horses. And Angada, having reached one of the gates of the city, was made known to the Rakshasas, and he entered the town without suspicion or fear, and surrounded by countless Rakshasas. That hero, in his beauty, looked like the sun himself in the midst of masses of clowns. And having approached the hero of Pulastia race in the midst of his counselors, the eloquent Angada saluted the king and began to deliver him a message in these words: that descendant of Hagihu, who left at Kosala, and whose now have spread over the whole world, saith unto thee these words suited to the occasion. Accept thou that message, and act according to it. Provinces and towns, in consequence of their connection with sinful kings incapable of controlling their souls, are themselves polluted and destroyed. By the violent abduction of Sita, thou alone hast injured me. Thou, however, wilt become the cause of death to many unoffending persons, possessed of power and filled with pride. Thou hast before this slain many riches living in the woods, and insulted the very gods. Thou hast slain many great kings and many weeping women. For those transgressions of thine, retribution is about to overtake thee. I will slay thee with thy counselors. Fight and show thy courage. Behold the power of my bow. I'll talk, I am Amen. Release Sita, the daughter of Janaka. If thou dost not release her, I shall make the earth divested of all Hakis Hassas, with marky and edged arrows. Hearing these defiant words of the enjoy, King Havana bore them ill, becoming senseless with wrath, and thereupon 4 Hakis Hassas, skilled in reading every sign of their master, seized Angada like 4 hawks seizing a tiger. With those Hakis Hassas, however, holding him fast by his limbs, Angada leaped upwards and alighted on the palace terrace, and as he leaped up with great force, those wanderers of the night fell down the earth, and bruised by the violence of the fall, had their ribs broken, and from the golden terrace on which he had alighted, he took a downward leap, and overleaping the walls of Lanka, he alighted to where his comrades were, and approaching the presence of the Lord of Kosala, and informing him of everything, the monkey Angada, and with great energy, retired to refresh himself, dismissed with due respect Bahama. The descendant of Hagihu then caused the ramparts of Lanka to be broken down by a united attack of all those monkeys, and with the speed of the wind. Then Lakismana, with his Hana, and the king of the bears, marching in the van, blew up the southern gate of the city, that was almost impregnable. Hama then attacked Lanka with 100,000 crowheads of monkeys, all possessed of great skill in battle, and ended with headish complexions, like those of young camels, and those crowheads of greyish bears, with long arms and legs and hook paws, and generally supporting themselves on their broad haunches, were urged on to support the attack, and in consequence of those monkeys leaping up and leaping down and leaping in transverse directions, the sun himself, his bright disc completely shaded, became invisible for the dust they raised. And the citizens of Lanka beheld the wall of their town assume all over a tawny hue, covered by monkeys of complexious yellow as the ears of paddy, and grey as sihisha flowers, and red as the rising sun, and white as flax or hemp. And the Hakishasa, with their wives and elders, were struck with wonders at that sight, and the monkey warriors began to pull down pillars made of precious stones, and the terraces and tops of palatial mansions, and breaking into fragments the propeller of catapults and other engines, they began to cast them about in all directions, and taking up the sataginis along with the discs, the clubs and stones. They threw them down into the seat with great force and loud noise, and attacked thus by the monkeys, those hakis that had been placed on the walls to guard them, fled precipitately by hundreds and thousands. Then hundreds and thousands of hakis of terribly men, and capable of assuming any form at will, came out at the command of the king, and pouring a perfect shower of arrows and driving the denizens of the forest. Those warriors, displaying great prowess, adorned the ramparts, and soon those wonders of the night, looking like masses of flesh and of terribly men, forced the monkeys to leave the walls, and mangled by the enemy's lances, numerous monkey ships fell down from the ramparts, and crushed by the falling columns and gateways, numerous hakis fell down to rise no more. And the monkeys and the brave hakis that commenced to eat up the foe struggled, seizing on another by the hair, and mangling and tearing on another with their nails and teeth. And the monkeys and the hakis horrid and yelled frightfully, and while men of both parties were slain and fell down to rise no more, neither side gave up the contest, and Hama continued all the while to shower a thick downpour of arrows like the very clowns. And the arrows he shot, enveloping Lanka, killed large numbers of hakis and the son of Sumitra too, that might bowmen incapable of being fatigued in battle, naming particular hakis stationed on the ramparts, slew them with his cloth-yard shafts. And then the monkey host, having achieved success, was withdrawn at the command of Hama, after it had thus pulled down the fortifications of Lanka and made all objects within the city capable of being aimed at by the besieging force. And while those troops were reposing themselves in their quarters, many little hakis and pisakas, owing Havana as their leader, penetrated amongst them, and among these were Parvana, Patana, Jambiha, Kihara, Krodhiha Vasa, Hari, Prahuja, Aruja, and Pragihasa, and others. And as these wicked ones were penetrating in their invisible forms, Vibhishana, who had the knowledge thereof, broke the spell of their invisibility, and once seen by the powerful and long-leaping monkeys, they were all slain and prostrated on the earth, deprived of life, and unable to endure this, Havana marched out at the head of his troops, and surrounded by his terrible army of hakis and pisakas. Havana, who was conversant with the rules of warfare like a second Usanas, invested the monkey host, having disposed his troops in that array which is named after Usanas himself. And beholding Havana advancing with his arm disposed in that array, Hama, following the mode recommended by Vrihaspati, disposed his troops in counter array for opposing that wanderer of the night. And coming up quickly, Havana began to fight with Hama, and Lakismana singled out Indrajit, and Sugriva singled out Virupakishya, and Nikiharvata fought with Tara, and Nala with Tunda, and Patusa with Panasa, and each warrior advancing up to him whom he regarded as his match, began to fight with him on that field of battle, relying on the strength of his own arms. In that encounter, frightful to timid persons, soon became terribly and fierce like that between the gods and the Asuras in days of old. And Havana covered Hama with a shower of darts and lances and swords, and Hama afflicted Havana with his whetted arrows of iron furnished with the sharpest points. And in the same way, Lakismana smote the contending Indrajit with arrows capable of penetrating into the most vital parts, and Indrajit smote Sumitra's son with an arrowy shower, and his Hana showered upon Prahasta, and Prahasta showered upon his Hana, without any regard for each other, a thick downpour of winged arrows furnished with the sharpest points. And thus between those mighty warriors there came about an encounter of celestial weapons of great force, at which the three wars with their mobile and immobile creatures were sorely distressed. Then Prahasta, suddenly advancing up to his Hana, and uttering a loud yell, struck him with his mace. Thog struck with that mace of terrible force the might-armed his Hana of great wisdom, without wavering in the least, stood still as the mountains of Himavat. Then his Hana, taking up a hook and might javelin furnished with 100 bells, inspired it with mantras, and hurled it at the head of his adversary. And by the impetuosity of that weapon, pushed with the force of the thunderbolt, Prahasta's head was severed off, and he thereupon looked like a mighty tree broken by the wind. And beholding that wanderer of the night, Prahasta thus slain impotently the Humhakisha, pushed with great impetuosity against the monkey host. And beholding the soldiers of the Humhakisha, looking like the clowns and endued with terrible mien, advancing up towards them, the monkey chief suddenly broke and fled, and seeing those foremost of monkeys suddenly give way, the tiger among monkeys, Hanuman, the son of Pavana, began to advance, and beholding the son of Pavana staying still on the field of battle, the retreating monkeys on and out quickly hurried. Then mighty and great and fearful was the uproar that arose there in consequence of the warriors of Hama and Havana rushing against each other, and in that battle which raged terribly, the field soon became red with blood, and the Humhakisha afflicted the monkey host with volleys of winged shafts. Then that vanquisher of foes, Hanuman, the son of Pavana, quickly seized that advancing leader of the Hakishasa, and the encounter that took place between that monkey and the Hakishasa hero is desirous of defeating the other, was fierce and terrible, like that of Indra and Pralada. And the Hakishasa struck the monkey with his maces and spiked clubs, while the monkey struck the Hakishasa with trunks of trees, unshorn of their branches. Then Hanuman, the son of Pavana, slew in great wrath that Hakishasa, along with his chariot and horses, and broke his chariot into pieces. And beholding the Humhakisha, that foremost of Hakishasa, thus slain, the monkeys, abandoning all fear, rushed against the Hakishasa, armed with great valor, and slaughtered in large numbers by the victorious and powerful monkeys. the Hakkis became dispirited and fled in fear to Lanka, and the surviving wreck of the Hakkis arm, having reached the seat, informed King Ravana of everything that had happened, and hearing from them that Prahasta and that might Aksha, the whom Hakkisha, had both, with their armies, been slain by the powerful monkeys, Ravana drew a deep sigh and springing up from his excellent seat, said, "The time is come for Kumbhakarna to act." And having said this, he awake by means of various loud sounding instruments. His brother Kumbhakarna from his deep and prolonged slumbers, and having awaked him with great effort, the Hakkis king is still afflicted with anxiety, addressed the might Kumbhakarna, and said unto him when seated at his ease on his bed, having perfectly recovered consciousness and self-possession, these words: "Thou art happy, that canst enjoy profound and undisturbed repose, unconscious of the terrible calamity that hath overtaken us. Rama, with his monkey host, have crossed the ocean by bridge, and disregarding us are waging a terrible war. I have stealthily brought away his wife Sita, the daughter of Janaka, and it is to recover her that he hath come hither, after having made a bridge over the great ocean. Our great kinsmen, Prahasta, and others, have already been slain by him, and there is not another person save thee that can slay Rama. Therefore, putting on thy armor, do thou set out this day for the purpose of vanquishing Rama and his followers, the two younger brothers of Dushana, Vajravega and Pramatihin, will join thee with their forces. And having said this unto the might Kumbhakarna, the Hakkis king, gave instructions to Vajravega and Pramatihin as to what they should do, and accepting his advice, those two warlike brothers of Dushana quickly marched out of the city, preceded by Kumbhakarna. Then Kumbhakarna set out from the city, accompanied by his followers, and soon he beheld the victorious monkey troops encamped before him, and passing them by with the object of seeking out Rama, he beheld the son of Sumitra standing at his post, bow in hand. Then the monkey warriors, speedily advancing towards him, surrounded him on all sides, and then they commenced to strike him with numberless large trees, and men amongst them fearlessly began to tear his body with their nails. And those monkeys began to fight with him in various ways approved by the laws of warfare, and they soon overwhelmed that chief of the Hakkis with a shower of terrible weapons of various kinds, and attacked by them thus Kumbhakarna, unlocked at them and began to eat them up, and he devoured those foremost of monkeys, known by the name of Khala and Khandakhala and Vajravahu. And beholding that fearful act of the Hakkis, other monkeys were frightened and set forth a loud wail of fear, and hearing the screams of those monkeys' leaders, Sugriva boldly advanced towards Kumbhakarna. And that high-souled king of the monkeys, swiftly approaching the Hakkis, violently struck him on the head with the trunk of a sala tree, and took the high-souled Sugriva, always prompt in action, broke that sala tree on the head of Kumbhakarna. He failed to make an impression on that Hakkis, and then, as if roused from his torpor by that blow, Kumbhakarna, stretching forth his arms, seized Sugriva by main force, and beholding Sugriva dragged away by the Hakishasa, the heroic son of Sumitra, that delighter of his friends, who should towards Kumbhakarna, and that slayer of hostile heroes, Lakshmana, advancing towards Kumbhakarna, discharged at him an impetuous and might arrow furnished with golden wings. And that arrow, cutting through his coat of mail and penetrating into his body, passed through it outright and struck into the earth, stained with the Hakishasa blood. Kumbhakarna, then, having his breast thus bored through, released the king of monkeys, and taking up a huge mass of stone as his weapon, the mighty warrior Kumbhakarna then rushed towards the son of Sumitra, aiming it at him. And as the Hakishasa rushed towards him, Lakshmana cut off his upraised arms by means of a couple of keen-edged shafts furnished with heads resembling razors. But as soon as the two arms of the Hakishasa were thus cut off, doubly that number of arms soon appeared on his person. Sumitra's son, displaying his skill in weapon, soon by means of similar arrows cut off those arms, each of which had seized a mass of stone. At this, that Hakishasa assumed a form enormously huge and furnished with numerous heads and legs and arms. Then the son of Sumitra heaved with a Brahma weapon, that warrior looking like an assemblage of hue, and hence by means of that celestial weapon, that Hakishasa fell on the field of battle like a huge tree with spreading branches, suddenly consumed by heaven thunderbolt. And beholding Kumbhakarna ended with great activity, and resembling the Asura Vritra himself, deprived of life and prostrated on the field of battle, the Hakishasa warriors fled in fear. And beholding the Hakishasa warriors running away from the field of battle, the younger brother of Dushana, hailing them, rushed in great wrath upon the son of Sumitra. Sumitra's son, with a loud horn, received with his winged shafts both those wrathful warriors, Vajravega and Pramathin, rushing towards him. The battle then that took place between those two younger brothers of Dushana on the one hand and the intelligent Lakshmana on the other was exceedingly furious, and made the breasts of the spectators stand on end, and Lakshmana overwhelmed the two Hakishasas with a perfect shower of arrows, and those two Hakishasa heroes, on the other hand, both of them excited with fury, covered Lakshmana with an arrowy hail, and that terrible encounter between Vajravega and Pramathin and the might-armed Lakshmana lasted for a short while. And Hanumana, the son of Pavana, taking up a mountain peak, rushed towards one of the brothers, and with that weapon took the life of the Hakishasa, Vajravega, and that mighty monkey, Nala, with a large mass of hawk, crushed Pramathin, that other younger brother of Dushana. The deadly struggle between the soldiers of Hama and Havana, rushing against one another, instead of coming to an end, even after this, raged on as before, and hundreds of Hakishasas were slain by the denizens of the forest, while men of the latter were slain by the former. The loss in killed of the Hakishasas was far greater than that of the monkeys. Learning that Kumbhakarna had with his followers fallen in battle, as also that great warrior Prahasta, and the whom Hakisha of might energy. Havana then addressed his heroic son Indrajiti, saying, Slay thou in Bethlehem and Sugriva and Lakismana, my good son. It was by thee that this blazing fame of mine had been accrued by vanquishing in battle that elder of the thunderbolt, the thousand-eyed Lord of Sakhi, having the power of appearing and vanishing at thy will. Slay thou my enemies by means of thy celestial arrows received as boons. Hama and Lakismana and Sugriva are incapable of enduring the bare touch of thy weapons. What shall I say of their followers? That cessation of hostilities which could not be brought about by either Prahasta or Kumbhakarna in battle, be it thine to bring about, slaying my enemies without their arm by means of thy keen-edged shafts, and hence my joy today, as thou didst once before by vanquishing Vasava. Thus addressed by him Indrajit said, So be it. And encased in mail, he quickly ascended his chariot and proceeded towards the field of battle. And then that bull amongst his hussars, loudly announcing his own name, challenged Lakismana, and went with auspicious marks to a single combat, and Lakismana thus challenged rushed towards that Hakishasa with his bow and arrows, and striking terror into his adversary's heart by means of flapping of his bow string on the leathern case of his left hand, and the encounter that took place between those warriors that defied each other prowess, and each of whom was desirous of vanquishing the other, and both of whom were conversant with celestial weapons, was terribly in the extreme. When the son of Havana found that he could not by his arrows gain an advantage over his adversary, that foremost of might warriors mustered all his energy, and Indrajiti then began to hurl at Lakismana with great force numberless javelins. The son of Sumitra cut them into fragments by means of his own keen-edged arrows, and those javelins thus cut into pieces by the keen-edged arrows of Lakismana dropped down upon the ground. Then the handsome Angada, the son of Vali, taking up a large tree, rushed impetuously at Indrajiti and struck him with it on the head. Undaunted at this, Indrajit, of might energy, sought to smite Angada with a lance. Just at that juncture, Lakismana cut into pieces the lance taken up by Havana's son. The son of Havana then took up a mace and struck on the left flank that foremost of monkeys, the heroic Angada, who was then staying close beside him. Angada, the powerful son of Vali, little hacking that stroke, hurled at Indrajit a might self-esteem, and hurled in wrath by Angada for the destruction of Indrajit. That tree destroyed Indrajit's chariot along with his horses and charioteer, and thereupon, jumping from his horseless and driverless car, the son of Havana disappeared from sight by aid of his powers of illusion. And beholding that Hakishasa, abundantly endowed with powers of illusion, disappeared so suddenly, Hama proceeded towards that spot and began to protect his troops with care. Indrajit, with arrows obtained as boons from the gods, began to pierce both Hama and might Lakismana in every part of their bodies. Then the heroic Hama and Lakismana both continued to contend with their arrows against Havana's son, who had made himself invisible by his powers of illusion. Indrajit continued to shower in wrath over those liars among men, his keen-edged shafts by hundreds and thousands. And seeking that invisible warrior who was ceaselessly showering his arrows, the monkeys penetrated into every part of the firmament, armed with huge masses of stone, them as well as the two brothers. However, the invisible Hakishasa began to afflict with his shafts. Indeed, the son of Havana, concealing himself by his powers of illusion, furiously attacked the monkey host, and the heroic brothers Hama and Lakismana, fixed all over with arrows, dropped down on the ground like the sun and the moon falling down from the firmament. Beholding both the brothers Hama and Lakismana prostrate on the ground, the son of Havana tied them in a network of those arrows of his which he had obtained as boons, and tied by Indrajit on the field of battle by means of that arrowy net. Those heroic tigers among men assembled a couple of hawks immured in a cage, and beholding those heroes prostrate on the ground fixed with hundreds of arrows, Sugriva with all the monkeys stood surrounding them on all sides, and the king of the monkeys stood there, accompanied by Sushena and Mainda and Divivida and Kumuda and Angada and Hanuman and Nila and Tara and Nala. And Vivi his Hana, having achieved success in another part of the field, soon arrived at that spot and roused those heroes from insensibility, awakening them by means of the weapon called Prajna. Then Sugriva soon extracted the arrows from their bodies, and by means of that most efficacious medicine called the Visalia, applied with celestial mantras, those human heroes regained their consciousness, and the arrow having been extracted from their bodies, those mighty warriors in a moment rose from their succumbent posture, their pains and fatigue thoroughly alleviated. And beholding Hama, the descendant of Ikisvaku Hayes, quite at his ease, Vivi his Hana, joining his hands, told him these words: "At the command of the king of the Guhiakas, a Guhiaka hath come from the White Mountains, bringing with him his water. This water is a present to thee from Kuvera, that all creatures that are invisible may become visible to thee. This water, laved over the eyes, will make every invisible creature visible to thee, as also to any other person to whom thou mayest give it." Saying, "So be it," Hama took that sacred water and sanctified his own eyes therewith, and the high-minded Lakismana did the same, and Sugriva, and Jambuvan, and Hanuman, and Angada, and Mainda, and Divivida, and Nila, and many other foremost of the monkeys laved their eyes with that water, and thereupon it exactly happened as Vivi his Hana said. Soon did the eyes of all these became capable of beholding things that could not be seen by the unassisted eye. Meanwhile, Indrajit, after the success he had won, went to his father, and having informed him of the feats he had achieved, he speedily returned to the field of battle and placed himself at the van of his arm, the son of Sumitra. Then, under his Hana guidance, rushed towards that wrathful son of Havana, coming back from the desire of battle to lead the attack. and Lakshmana excited to full, and receiving a hint from Vibhishana, and desiring to slay Indrajit, who had not completed his daily sacrifice, is smote with his arrows, that warrior burning to achieve success. And desirous of vanquishing each other, the encounter that took place between them was exceedingly wonderful, like that between the Lord of Celestials and Prahada. And Indrajit pierced the son of Sumitra with arrows, penetrating into his very vitals, and the son of Sumitra pierced Ravana's son with arrows of fiery energy, and pierced with Lakshmana arrows. The son of Ravana became senseless with wrath, and he shot at Lakshmana 8 shafts fixed as venomous snakes. Listen now, as I tell thee how the heroic son of Sumitra then took his adversary's life by means of 3 winged arrows possessed of the energy and effulgence of fire. With one of these he severed from Indrajit's body that arm of his enemy, which had grasped the bow. With the second he caused that other arm, which had held the arrows, to drop down on the ground. With the third, that was bright and possessed of the keenest edge, he cut off his head, decked with beautiful nose, and bright with earrings, and shorn of arms and head, and trunk became fearful to behold. And having slain the 4 others, that foremost of mighty men then slew with his arrows the chariot of his adversary, and the horses then dragged away the impet chariot into the city. And Ravana then beheld that car without his son on it, and hearing that his son had been slain, Ravana suffered his heart to be overpowered with grief. And under the influence of extreme grief and affliction, the king of the Rakshasas suddenly cherished the desire of killing the prince of Mithila, and seizing a sword, the wicked Rakshasa hastily ran towards that lady, staying within the Asoka wood, longing to behold her lord. Then Avindhiya, beholding that sinful purpose of the wicked wretch, pierced his fury. Listen to the reasons urged by Avindhiya. That wise Rakshasa said, "Placed as thou art on the blazing throne of an empire, it behoveth thee not to slay a woman. Besides, this woman is already slain. Considering that she is a captive in thy power, I think she would not be slain if on her body were destroyed. Slaying thou her husband, he being slain, she will be slain in thee. Not even we of 100 sacrifices is thy equal in prowess. The gods, with Indra at their head, had repeatedly been affrighted by thee in battle." With these and many other words of the same import, Avindhiya succeeded in piercing Ravana, and later did, indeed, listen to his consoler's speech. And that wanderer of the night then resolved to give battle himself, sheathed his sword, and insured orders for preparing his chariot. The 10 naked, excited to fury at the death of his beloved son, ascended his car decked with gold and gems, and surrounded by terrible Rakshasas with various kinds of weapons in their hands. Ravana rushed towards him, fighting with numerous monkey chiefs. And beholding him rushing in wrath towards the monkey arm, Mainda and Nila and Nala and Angada and Hanuman and Jambuma surrounded him with all their troops, and those foremost of monkeys and bears began to exterminate with trunks of trees the soldiers of the 10 naked in his every side. And beholding the enemy slaughtering his troops, the Rakshasa king Havana, possessed of great powers of illusion, began to put them forth, and forth from his body began to spring hundreds and thousands of hakis armed with arrows and lances and doubly-edged swords in hand. Hama, however, with a celestial weapon, slew out those hakis. The king of the hakis then once more put forth his prowess of illusion, the ten-faced, producing from his body numerous warriors assembling both Hama and Lakismana, who chose the two brothers, and then those hakis hostile to Hama and Lakismana, and armed with bows and arrows, who chose Hama, and beholding that power of illusion, put forth by the king of Hakis, that descendant of Ikisvaku Reis, the son of Sumitra, addressed Hama in these heroic words: slay those Hakis, those wretches with forms like thy own. And Hama thereupon slew those and others Hakis of forms resembling his own. And that time Matali, the chariot of Indra, approached Hama on the field of battle with a car effulgent as the sun, and unto which were yoked horses of a 20 hui. And Matali said, this excellent and victorious car, unto which have been yoked this pair of 20 horses, belonging to the Lord of Celestials, it is on this excellent car that Indra hath slain in battle hundreds of Daitiyas and Danavas. Therefore, do thou, riding on the car driven by me, quickly slay Havana in battle. Do not delay in achieving this. Thus addressed by him, the descendant of Hagi Reis, however, doubted the truthful words of Matali, thinking this is another illusion produced by the Hakis. Bibi his Hana then addressed him, saying, this is no illusion of the wicked Havana. Ascend thou this chariot quickly, for this belongeth to Indra, the descendant of Kakutistiha. Then cheerful said unto Bibi his Hana, so be it. And riding on that car, hooked wrathful upon Havana. And when Havana hooked against his antagonist, a loud wail of war was set up by the creatures of the earth, while the celestials in heaven sent forth a leonine roar accompanied by beating of large drums. The encounter then that took place between the ten-necked Hakis and that prince of Hagi Reis was fierce in the extreme. Indeed, that combat between them hath no parallel elsewhere. And Hakis hurled at Hama a terribly javelin, looking like Indra thunderbolt, and resembling a Brahmana curse on the point of utterance. Hama, however, quickly cut into fragments that javelin by means of his sharp arrows, and beholding that most difficult feat, Havana was struck with fear. Soon his wrath was excited, and the ten-necked hero began to shower on Hama whetted arrows, by thousands and tens of thousands, and countless weapons of various kinds, such as rockets, and javelins, and masses, and battle axes, and darts of various kinds, and sirataginis, and whetted shafts. And beholding that terrible form of illusion displayed by the ten-necked Hakis, the monkeys fled in fear in all directions. Then the descendant of Kakutistiha, taking out of his quiver an excellent arrow furnished with handsome wings and golden feathers, and bright and beautiful head, fixed it on the bow with Brahmastra's mantra. And beholding that excellent arrow transformed by Hama with proper mantras into a Brahma weapon, the celestials and the Gandharvas with Indra at their head began to rejoice. and the gods and the Danavas and the Kinnaras were led by the display of that Brahma weapon to regard the life of their Hakishasa for almost closed. Then Hama shot that terrible weapon of unrivaled energy, destined to compass Havana death in resembling the course of a Brahmana on the point of utterance. And as soon as that arrow was shot by Hama from his bow drawn to a circle, the Hakishasa king with his chariot and charioteer and horses blazed up, surrounded on all sides by terrific fire. And beholding Havana slain by Hama of famous achievements, the Celestials with the Gandharvas and the Haranas rejoiced exceedingly, and deprived of universal dominion by the energy of the Brahma weapon. The five elements forsook the illustrious Havana, and were consumed by the Brahma weapon. The physical ingredients of Havana body, his flesh and blood, were all reduced to nothingness, so that the ashes even could not be seen. Having slain Havana, that wretched king of the Hakishasas and foe of the Celestials, Hama, with his friends and Sumitra's son, rejoiced exceedingly. And after the 10-necked having slain, the Celestials with the rishis at their head, worshipped Hama of might arms, blessing and uttering the word Jaya repeatedly. And all the Celestials and the Gandharvas and the denizens of the celestial regions gratified Hama of eyes like lotus leaves, with hymns and flowery showers. And having duly worshipped Hama, they all went away to those regions whence they had come. And the firmament at that time looked as if a great festival was being celebrated. And having slain the 10-necked Hakishasa, the Lord Hama of worldwide fame, that conqueror of hostile cities, bestowed Lanka on Bibi his Hana. Then that old and wise counselor, known by the name of Avindihya, with Sita walking before him, behind Bibi his Hana, who was at the front, came out of the city, and with great humility Avindihya said unto the illustrious descendant of Kakutistiha, accept thou this goddess, Janaka doctor, of excellent conduct. Hearing these words, the descendant of Ikisvaku race alighted from his excellent chariot and beheld Sita bathed in tears. And beholding that beautiful lady seated within her vehicle, afflicted with grief, besmeared with filth, with matted locks on head, and attired in dirt robes, Hama, afraid of the loss of his honor, said unto her, Doctor of Videha, go whithersoever thou likest. Thou art now free. What should have been done by me have been done. Owning me for thy husband, it is not meet that thou shouldst grow old in the abode of the Hakishasa. It is for this I have slain that wanderer of the night. How can one like us, acquainted with every truth of morality, embrace even for a moment a woman that had fallen into other hands? Princess of Mitihila, whether thou art chaste or unchaste, I dare not enjoy thee, now that thou art like sacrificial butter lapped by a dog. Hearing these cruel words, that adorable girl suddenly fell down in great affliction of heart, like a plantain tree severed from its roots, and the color that was suffusing her face in consequence of the joy she had felt quickly disappeared, like watery particles on a mirror blown thereon by a breath of mouth. And hearing these words of Hama, all the monkeys with Lakshmana became still as dead. Then the divine and pure-souled Brahma of four faces, that creator of the universe, himself is sprung from a lotus, showed himself on his car to Hagho's son, in Sakra, in Agni, in Vayu, in Yama, in Varuna, and the illustrious lord of the Yakishas, and the royal riches, in King Dasahatiha, in a celestial and efficient form, and on car drawn by swans, showed themselves, and then the firmament, crowded with celestials and Gandharvas, became as beautiful as the autumnal welkin spangled with stars. And rising up from the ground, the blessed and famous Prince of Videha, in the midst of those present, spoke unto Hama of with chest these words: I impute no fault to thee, for thou art well acquainted with the behavior that one should adopt towards both man and woman. Hear thou these words of mine. The ever-moving air is always present within every creature. If I have sinned, let him forsake my vital forces. If I have sinned, then let fire and water and space and earth, like air, forsake my vital forces. And as I have never, even in my dreams, cherished the image of another person, so be thou my Lord as appointed by the gods. After Sita had spoken, a secret voice sounding through the whole of that region was heard in the skies, gladdening the hearts of the high-souled monkeys, and the wind god was heard to say, what Sita have said is true. I am the god of wind. The prince of Mitihila is sinless. Therefore, be united with thy wife. And the god of fire said, I dwell within the bodies of all creatures. The prince of Mitihila is not guilty of even the minutest fault. And Varuna then said, the humors in every creature body deriveth their existence from me. I tell thee, let the prince of Mitihila be accepted by thee. And Brahma himself then said, in thee that art honest and pure and conversant with the duties of royal sages, this conduct is not strange. Listen, however, to these words of mine. Thou hast slain this enemy of the gods, the Gandharvas, the Nagas, the Yakishas, the Danavas, and the great rishis. It was through my grace that he had hitherto been unslayably of all creatures, and indeed it was for some reason that I had tolerated him for some time. The wretch, however, abducted Sita for his own destruction, and as regards Sita, protected her through Nalakuvera curse, for that person had cursed Havana of old, saying that if he ever approached an unwilling woman, his head should certainly be split into 100 fragments. Let no suspicious, therefore, be thine. Accept thy wife. Thou hast indeed achieved a mighty feat for the benefit of the gods, thou that art of divine efficiency. And last of all Dasahatiha said, I have been gratified with thee, blessed be thou. I am thy father, Dasahatiha. I command thee to take back thy wife and rule thy kingdom. Thou foremost of men. Rama then replied, if thou art my father, I salute thee with reverence. I shall indeed return at thy command to the delightful seat of Ayodhya. Thus addressed his father, gladly answered Rama, the corners of whose eyes were of a head dish hue, saying, return to Ayodhya and rule thou that kingdom. Thy 14 years have been completed. Thus addressed by Dasahatiha, Rama bowed to the gods and saluted by his friends. He was united with his wife, like the lord of the celestials with the daughter of Puloman. in that chastiser of horse, then gave a boon to a Vindihia, and he bestowed both riches and honors on the Hakishasa woman named Trijata. And when Brahma, with all the celestials having Indra at their head, said unto Hama, what boons after thy heart shall we grant thee? Hama thereupon prayed them to grant him firm adherence to virtues and invincibility in respect of all foes, and he asked for the restoration to life of all those monkeys that had been slain, but the Hakishasas, and after Brahma had said, so be it, those monkeys, restored to life, rose up from the field of battle, and Sita, of great good fortune, granted unto Hanuma a boon, saying, let thy life last as long as Hama achievements, and let celestial viands and drinks be ever available to thee through my grace. Then the celestials with Indra at their head all disappeared in the very sight of those warriors of spotless achievements, and beholding Hama united with the daughter of Janaka, the Shriyota of Sakra, highly pleased addressed him in the midst of friends, and said these words, thou hast dispelled the sorrow of the celestials, the Gandhiharvas, the Yakishas, the Asuras, the Nagas, and human beings. As long as the earth will hold together, so long will our creatures with the celestials, the Asuras, the Gandhiharvas, the Yakishas, the Hakishasas, and the Panagas speak of thee. And having said these words unto Hama, Matali worshipped that son of Hagihu, and having obtained the leave of that foremost of elders of weapons, he went away on that same chariot of solar effulgence. And Hama, with Sumitra's son, and Vibi his Hana, and accompanied by all the monkeys with Sugriva at their head, placing Sita in the van, and having made arrangements for the protection of Lanka, he crossed the ocean by the same bridge, and he rode on that beautiful and sky-ranging chariot called the Puspaka, that was capable of going everywhere at the will of the rider, and that subduer of passions was surrounded by his principal counselors in order of precedence, and arriving at that part of the sea shore where he had formerly laid himself down, the virtuous king, with all the monkeys, pitched his temporary abode. And the son of Hagihu, then bringing the monkeys before him in due time, worshipped them all, and gratifying them with presents of jewels and jams, dismissed them one after another, and after all the monkey chiefs and the apes with bovine tails and the bears had gone away, Hama had entered Kiskindihia with Sugriva, and accompanied by both Vibi his Hana and Sugriva, Hama had entered Kiskindihia riding on the Puspaka car, and showing the prince of Videha the woods along the way, and having arrived at Kiskindihia, Hama, that foremost of all his meters, installed the successful Angada as prince regent of the kingdom, and accompanied by the same friends as also by Sumitra's son, Hama proceeded towards his seat along the same path by which he had come. And having reached the seat of Ayodhya, the king dispatched Hanuman thence as envoy to Bharata, and Hanuman, having ascertained Bharata's intentions from external indications, gave him the good news. And after the son of Pavana had come back, Hama entered Nandigrama, and having entered that town, Hama beheld Bharata besmeared with filth and attired in rags, and seated with his elder brother, sandals placed before him. And being united with both Bharata and Sihatrugna, the mighty son of Hagehu, along with Sumitra's son, began to rejoice exceedingly. And Bharata and Sihatrugna, united with their eldest brother, and beholding Sita, both derived great pleasure. And Bharata, then, after having worshipped his returned brother, made over to him with great pleasure the kingdom that had been in his hands as a sacred trust. And Vasistha and Vamadeva then together installed that hero in the sovereignty at the 8th Muhurta of the day under the asterisk called Sravana. And after his installation was over, Rama gave leave to well-pleased Sugriva, the king of the monkeys, along with all his followers, as also to rejoicing Vibhishana of Pulastia race, to return to their respective abodes. And having worshipped them with various articles of enjoyment, and done everything that was suitable to the occasion, Rama dismissed those friends of his with a sorrowful heart, and the son of Hagehu, then, having worshipped that Puspaka chariot, joyful gave it back unto Vaisravana, and then assisted by the celestial rish, Rama performed on the banks of the Gomati 10 horse sacrifices without obstruction of any kind and with timely presents unto Brahmanas. It was thus that Rama of immeasurable energy had suffered of old such excessive calamity in consequence of his exile in the woods. Do not grieve, thou art Kishatria, thou triadest in the path in which strength of arms is to be put forth, the path that leadeth to tangible rewards. Thou hast not even a particle of sin. Even the celestials with Indra at their head, and the Asuras, have to tread in the path that is trod by thee. It was after such afflictions that the elder of the thunderbolt, aided by the Maruts, slew Vritra and the invincible Namukhi, and the Hakishasi of long tongue. He that hath assistance always secureth the accomplishment of all his purposes. What is that which cannot be vanquished impatiently by him that hath the Hananjaya for his brother? This Bhima of terrible prowess is the foremost of mighty persons. The heroic and youthful sons of Madhihavati again are mighty bowmen. With allies such as these, why dost thou despair? These are capable of vanquishing the arm of the elder himself of the thunderbolt, with the Maruts in the midst. Having these mighty bowmen of celestial forms for thy allies, thou art sure to conquer impatiently all thy foes. Behold this Krishna, the daughter of Drupada, possibly abducted by the wicked-minded Saindihava, from pride of strength and energy, have been brought back by these mighty warriors after achieving terrible feats. Behold, King Jayadratha was vanquished and lay powerless before thee. The prince of Videha was rescued with almost no allies by Rama after the slaughter impatiently of the 10-necked Hakishasa of terrible prowess. Indeed, the allies of Rama were monkeys and black-faced bears, creatures that were not even human. Think of all these. Therefore, grieve not for all. Illustrious persons like thee never indulge in sorrow. It was thus that the king was comforted by Markandeya, And then that hike solded on, casting off his sorrows, once more he spoke unto Markandeya.